Wow, that looks like fun. It seems that they're having a good time.
They love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's so many that look forward to it every year.
Well, I'm sure. And then, like you, Kathy, you can look to really having an edge when you hit that next age qualifying level.
But the Pasadena Senior Games is always my favorite.
Yeah.
I think because of the wonderful experience we had for the first time when I met Cynthia and several other the competitors that I'm still seeing now.
Well, how many events do you participate in per year?
Track meets?
Mm-hmm.
Probably about 10 when I'm healthy.
Wow, that's great. Now, I would imagine you have to have some special health concerns. I mean, you want people to be fit, obviously, going into this, but sports injuries are common at any age.
They're very common. And one of the prerequisites that we have at all the high-profile events is have emergency medical team and staff on site.
That's very important.
And they're hidden things. I mean, we have had a couple of people, we've lost a couple of people.
Right, but people shouldn't be intimidated by that. I mean,
Absolutely not.
you get up in the morning and you can fall in the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that happened this year is a woman basketball player broke a fingernail.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
one, that's, yeah.
A calamity.
It was.
It can be. Well, before we leave, again, the contact information to reach you, Cynthia.
Is the website at
Yes.
www.pasadenaseniorcenter.org, or they can email me at cynthiar@pasadenaseniorcenter.org.
Fabulous. Unfortunately, our time is up for today's Aging in LA program. Thanks so much to our guests from the California State Olympics program, event organizer Cynthia Rosedale, and world-class athlete Kathy Bergen. And now, it's time for today's Senior Stat Shot. For older adults and seniors who want to stay healthy and independent, the National Institute of Health recommends 4 types of exercises: strength and weight-bearing exercises to build muscle and increase metabolism, balance exercises to improve posture, strengthen muscles, and help prevent falls, stretching exercises to improve freedom of movement, then endurance exercises such as walking and swimming to improve heart health and increase metabolism. Always check with your doctor before starting an exercise program. Now, if you are interested in trying a particular sport or activity, join a club and enjoy the company of like-minded adults who enjoy the same activity. Many clubs will offer you a free trial period so that you can find out if it's right for you. Find inexpensive or free exercise classes for older adults at your local senior centers, YMCAs, and community colleges. Try to be active for at least 30 minutes each day, walking your dog, doing yard work, walking around the mall, and even doing housework or gardening will help. Gentle yoga and Tai Chi can be good for the mind as well as the body. And that's today's Senior Stat Shot. The Los Angeles Department of Aging produces this program with CityView, Channel 35, so that seniors living in Los Angeles and surrounding communities are well informed on the many issues that face them in everyday life. And also to let you know of the many services that the Department of Aging offers our senior citizens. Now, we'd like to hear from you with comments on the program, what you like, what you think can be improved, and your ideas for future programs. Please give us a call. The number's right there on your screen, area code 213-252-4088. That's 213-252-4088. Call us with your comments and ideas. We look forward to hearing from you. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at CityView Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you the next time. Cynthia, thank you so much for making time.
emergency can happen at any time. That's why you need to be prepared. Put together an emergency kit with food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, radio, and some tools. You're never too old to prepare. Get the message? Be prepared.
Clamps.
Clamps.
Power screwdriver.
Power screwdriver.
Now, for the moment of truth.
To replace streetlights anywhere in the city of Los Angeles, call Operation Bright Lights today.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, Los Angeles. This is the Los Angeles City Council meeting for Tuesday, April 26th. We are in the John Farrell Council Chambers here at City Hall. We meet 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. All meetings are open to the public. For those who cannot make it to City Hall, meetings are televised via cable channel 35 or can be viewed by visiting our website, www.lacity.org. We also have remote locations in Van Nuys and San Pedro. People are invited to those locations and they can testify remote. If you are here for an item in chambers, we request you fill out a speaker card before that item is called. Once those items are called and once that matter is closed, we're not going to have any more speakers. So if you are here for an item, please fill out that card so you'll be able to speak on that item during the public comment period. Miss Clerk, Madam Clerk. We are now in session. Please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First item, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Parks, second by Mr. Reyes.
Communitory resolutions.
Mr. Wesson, second by Ms. Hahn.
Mr. President, today is Tuesday, which us do the flag salute.
Yes, Mr. Krikorian, if you'll please lead us in the flag salute. All please stand for the flag salute.
If you'll all please face the flag of our great nation and pledge your allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Okay, Madam Clerk. Let's proceed.
Before we begin the agenda, there's a request to continue item 21 to
April 29th?
to May 4th.
May 4th.
And there's request to continue items 10, 28, and 39 1 week to May 3rd.
10, 28, and 39 to May 3rd. Without objection, those items will be continued.
Item number 1 is the Westwood Business Improvement District notice for public hearing. Council should close the public hearing. The ballot tabulation will be announced at tomorrow's council meeting.
Very well.
Items 2 through 7 are ordinances notice for public hearing.
Do we have any cards on any of those items?
Cards on item number 1.
All right, hold that. We have 12 members present. So on the ordinances.
You have to have number 1. You have to have the hearing.
Yeah.
Number 1. Number 1 special? Number 1 special. Okay. Number 1 special. And Madam Clerk, on the items 2 through...
Items 2 through 7, there are no cards.
2 through 7, any specials? 2 through 7, there are no cards. 2 through 7, seeing none. On 2 through 7 ordinances, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next items, please.
Item number 8 is a building and safety lien in Council District 8, notice for public hearing.
Number 8, any cards?
No cards.
Okay. On number 8, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next items, please.
Item number 9 is a public convenience or necessity item in Council District 14. A motion to grant or deny the application is required.
Mr. Weezer?
That's special, please. We have an amended motion.
Number 14, or number 9 will be a special. Next items, please.
Items 10 through 28 are items for which public hearings have been held.
10, I thought we were continuing to May 3rd.
Yes, 10 has been continued to May 3rd.
So let's go 11 through 28, and 28 is also continued to May 3rd. So 11 through 28, with 21 also continued to May 4th. We're going to call 25 special, please. 28 is continued to May 3rd. Mr. Parks?
16 and 17 and special, call them together.
16 and 17 for Mr. Parks. 16 and 17 special. Colleagues, any other specials? Any cards, Madam Clerk? Any cards?
Yes, cards on item 26.
Okay, we'll call that special. Mr. Reyes?
Item 14, please.
Number 14 for Mr. Reyes, special.
11.
Mr. Alarcon? 8? 18. 18. 18 for Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Rosendahl? 25. We already have that special. Mr. Alarcon?
I actually wanted to continue item 20.
You want to continue?
Item 20.
What that number again?
20.
20. Want to continue 20 to when?
Till tomorrow.
Okay. Continue to Wednesday. So 20 continue to Wednesday without opposition. Anything else, colleagues? Mr. Krikorian, number 11.
Please.
Okay. All right. Anything else? On the remaining items? Madam Clerk, no cards. Those we don't have cards. Mr. Smith? All right. We're ready to vote, Mr. Smith. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Now,
All right, Mr. Smith.
forthwith on 12.
Forthwith on 12 for Mr. Smith. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Items 29 through 40 are items for which public hearings have not been held. On item 33, a motion is required inasmuch as the matter was submitted without recommendation.
All right, 33 continued. 33 continued till tomorrow. Continued one day till tomorrow on 33. On the remaining items, are there any cards?
The cards on item 39.
All right. That's continued to May 3rd. Any specials, colleagues? Specials going once. Specials going twice. All right, Madam Clerk, let's take the roll on that. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Very well.
Report forthwith.
On 38, move the CLA report forthwith.
Thank you.
37. What was 37? There's a request on 37. Number 37, we need to reconsider number 37. We need to hear that one. So on 37, open the roll for reconsideration. Close the roll. Tabulate the votes.
12 eyes.
All right, 37 reconsidered and call 37 special. Mr. Smith, you should be aware of that one. 37. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk. Next group, please.
Public comment.
Mr. President, we should do public comment at this moment.
All right, we have some cards here. Public comment time. You have 2 minutes. These are items that are not on the agenda. If you're here for an item on the agenda that will be called later. William Raleigh. William Raleigh. Mr. Raleigh.
Good morning, council members. My name is Bill Raleigh. I'm a member of IATSE Local 33. We're headquartered in Burbank, California, and I'm here for my organization and myself to support the Farmers Field and the reconfiguration of the convention center. Sorry, thank you. My organization has had an extremely prosperous employee-employer relationship with AEG dating back to the time of the opening of the Staples Center. AEG have always proven themselves to be good union employers, providing scores of good middle-class jobs with benefits for the members of my organization. AEG's commitment to labor is legendary. AEG has been a partner to labor from the very first day AEG began implementing and realizing their development goals in the city of Los Angeles. AEG is now is committing once again to provide the city and its people with thousands of good-paying, middle-class, benefited jobs that will be created with your support and approval of the Farmers Field project. Not only are thousands of good construction jobs at stake, but also there are untold numbers of permanent post-construction entertainment end-user jobs at stake. The employment opportunities arising from a project such as this are astounding and will bring with them a most welcome injection of income and tax base for a city and citizenry who have been and are struggling as a result of the current economic downturn. My organization and I join with all labor organizations in urging you, the council members of the City of Los Angeles, to join labor in its unanimous support of the AEG Farmers Field project. Let us all work together to get this deal done for the city and its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fred Larkin. Fred Larkin.
Good morning, Councilman. I'm Fred Larkin, UA Business Representative for Local 250. I represent pretty close to 8,000 members located out of Gardena, California. I also am in support of Farmers Field. Farmers Field will provide numerous hundreds and thousands of jobs for individuals out of the labor force. In this down economy, we definitely need this particular project to go through to help the middle class. I urge all of you guys as city councilmen to help us push this through, as well as giving jobs not only in the construction field, but bringing tourism back to California, which is much needed here in this LA area. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Jose Andre.
Good morning. My name is Jose Andrade. I have been auditing government for almost 20 years. I seek to influence the formulation of public policy to better serve the public. The reason that I am speaking today is to state the reality behind the facade, that our electeds and our civil servants, with rare exceptions, are androgynous. Bisexual activity is the dialogue and currency of exchange. This is the means to result. The degeneracy and corruption go hand in hand. Silence is one all-consuming byproduct. This is a fraternity of human frailty. This situation exists in LA City, County, and throughout the Southern California region, and in Sacramento, though I do not include Governor Brown. You are all writing checks you can't cover. This activity is detrimental to honest government and integrity into the public interest. Visionaries have been chased away and are destroyed. Integrity does not exist, only micromanagement. During Mayor Bradley's reign in office, the bar to inclusion was to become a practicing, continuing pedophile. Does the public know that Supervisor Molina is a predatory lesbian? Or Supervisor Yaroslavsky is every man's lover, and the Israelis provide him with a harem of young boys? There is an outside of government and for-profit group that I refer to as AWACS for Always Ask Cover Service. They provide control, direction, and coordination and produce guaranteed results. They provide the bisexual prostitutes and the young ones especially. They kill for a fee, maim, destroy, or discredit. They set up accidents. They are Israeli. They manipulate and abuse our judicial system to achieve desired and guaranteed results. In the political arena, they set up deals that has arrangements with different and disparate parties never meeting each other. Monies are exchanged and a result is guaranteed. In the development business, they are referred to as the fixers. Several years ago, at former Councilman Richard Alatorre's first of 3 community and district-wide meetings, he pointed me out in a highly animated manner whereupon Captain Medina, then head of the Hollenbeck Division, threatened to have me killed on Alatorre's behalf. Someone in the audience saw Captain Medina threaten me, so that man caught the attention of Captain Bushley and told him that Captain Medina, sitting right next to him, had threatened to kill someone over there. Thereafter, Captain Bushley, thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are numerous conversations taking place in the chambers. So I ask the Sergeant at Arms, for those folks that need to have conversations, take it to the back of the chambers or to the side. But there's many conversations taking place. It's difficult to hear the speakers. So Sergeant at Arms, if you please take care of that. Rafael Rivera.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Rafael Rivera. I'm a Florence Star with District Council 36, Painters and Allied Trades. I'm here to show my support for the Farmers Field project. I was on one of many teams that built LA Live. It was a long job and kept me and other local union workers working. Seeing LA Live now as a finished project is such a testament to what our union workers can do, and I am proud to say I was one of the many teams that created LA Live. I'm also a huge football fan and have 3 young boys that play football, and my wife helped start one of the youth leagues in our area because of the lack of organizations in our home area. And it has been a huge success. They are called the TC Wolverines. I would love to have football back in LA so I can bring my boys to games. They have never been to an NFL game, and I would love to be a part of something that I think would be a huge success in LA County. I'm currently not working. Bringing this new project to LA will give me and many other working union workers a job to work again, support our families, and not become part of the growing number of unemployed workers in LA. Thank you for taking the time to hear me speak. I hope the City Council will support this project.
Thank you. Rocky Palacino.
Good morning, Acting President Zine, and to the sitting City Council members. My name is Rocky Palacino, and I am also a labor leader of the great Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. I had the great privilege of sitting here in the chambers last Wednesday, and must say I did get educated somewhat on the genociding of the Armenian people. And I did reserve my comments at that time, where I did come that day to speak in regards to the support of Farmers Field. But I must say, Councilmember Krikorian, thank you for what you've done, and I truly appreciate it as an individual, and I also got someone educated on that. And thanks again for your hard work on that. Back to the comment of Farmers Field, I must say that to you, ladies and gentlemen, without a doubt, we are here to introduce to us as partners with you, the City Council. We truly believe not only in this project and the retrofitting of the Los Angeles Convention Center, but also all myself and with co-worker of mine who's sitting here in the chambers today, Steve Henson. We're also trustees on our Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee. We represent some 700 to 800 apprentices currently in our program, and we will open our doors to any of people that do live in the area that want to join an apprenticeship program. So the Sheet Metal Workers Local 105 is giving the commitment to the City of Los Angeles with this project and projects forward that we will introduce our apprenticeship program to any young man or woman who chooses to become a sheet metal worker. And I give you my word on that. In closing, I must say is that it was 100% unanimous vote by our rank and file members for us to continue to come here and speak before the City Council, and hopefully to join in partnership to make Farmers Field happen, not only for the City of Los Angeles, but also for many of blue-collar workers in this great area of ours who need to get back to work. Once again, our commitment from organized labor will be there for you, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Shamari Davis. Shamari Davis. Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Councilman Zine and Council folks. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Shamari Davis. I'm a business rep for IBEW Local 11, and I love football. Football is, even though the NFL right now is going back and forth, we know that football will come, and what better place to be in this great city of Los Angeles. Farmers Field is going to be an incredible project. Just last week, the hotelier JW Marriott announced that the Courtyard by Marriott and Marriott Residence Inn is going to be right across the street. So the momentum is building. We are on the 20-yard line. We want to score the touchdown, and we want to build that Farmers Field. We know that it will bring more hotels. It will definitely be great for the revitalization of downtown LA. We are excited. Represent about 8,000 electricians, and a lot of them are out of work, and they would love to work and build on this project. So please, support Farmers Field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs.
morning. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. When I was here on Wednesday and spoke about Farmers Field, I was told that AEG does not want to lease the property, but AEG wants to rewrite past bargains. In this article, it states that it wants to develop a 2.4 parcel within its LA Live hotel restaurant complex that the city planned to use to expand its aging convention center. AEG now says the city no longer needs access to the parcel, which experts said could be developed into retail and office space worth millions to the company each year in leasing revenue. Well, if AEG can get millions in leasing revenue from a 2.6-acre parcel, what is the city looking at in leasing revenue for a stadium? And by the way, the convention center, the West Hall, still owes $450 million in bonds, built in 1971. Haven't heard who's going to pay for that. Only hearing about AEG wants the city to float $350 million in bonds to build a new West Hall. And why would they need a new West Hall? Because they're building a stadium to increase the space of the convention center, which brings us back to who the tenants are. Because the city and the CAO want to look at making sure that the tenant, in this case a football team to be announced later, doesn't leave the city holding the bag in any cost. Well, if the convention center holds conventions in the stadium, then they'd also be a tenant, which means the city would be responsible for any expenses. And that leaves the city and the leaseholder, which is why teams left the stadiums in LA, because they didn't have control of the revenue, because they didn't own the stadium. That's why they left. So we have the same situation reappearing, and everybody's looking this way. No.
Armeniak, Nodajorian.
Respectable city council members, dear fellow Angelinos, as a liberal democrat and human rights advocate, actually, I announce my candidacy to run for the seat of California Assembly member this November. Actually, I propose to very much to create jobs for workers, by raising taxes against wealthy corporations like gasoline seller corporations and rich individuals, 50%. And I believe that actually very much in progressive politics. And I want to cut down on wasteful spending, and was slide down was wages of executive 50%, at least wages of all city council members, because it is wasteful spending and we should stop it. I also believe that I will legislate closing down those illegal so-called medical marijuana dispensaries, but actually rip off customers, and make most of our compatriots homeless. They take away even their rent money. And also I want to say that as an emerging artist, I also have about 60 paintings which I want to offer, my competitors to buy, and offer was 16 paintings to those Angelinos, And I believe that we actually should progress.
Thank you. Richard Robinson.
Mr. President, members, I haven't had this much fun since I wore a dress in high school during senior. But, Mr. President, members, Richard Robinson, Black Hole Motion Pictures, pre-registered with former Mayor Belcher of Ann Arbor, Michigan in 1971 when I left the campus the first time. Pardon me for laughing. Some people would like to steal Black Hole Productions. I actually had to tell Eddie Murphy to go. He said, "Hey, stupid, you're not getting it." But that's another question. Statement. Sir, motion picture industry revenues are down because the home of motion picture production is not encouraging location shots here in Los Angeles. You should be doing more to encourage future location shooting here downtown and turn around the movement to draw much needed revenues away from the city. To New England, pardon me, that's quite a ways from Hollywood. But also, you know, if we put, sir, if we place, if you put the People's Choice Awards, the Golden Globe Awards, and the Academy Awards closer together, if that had been done, we wouldn't have known last year before Christmas that Natalie Portman would win the Academy Award. They should be closer together, perhaps 2 weeks apart. Thank you.
Let's go to the San Fernando Valley. Donna Pearman in Van Nuys, and then Rick Nightingale in Van Nuys.
Hello. Anyway, Marion Folger couldn't come here. She wants to tell the sanitation to vote yes on their latest city contract. Anyway, I came here. I'll come later about the public servants who work hard but are treated unfairly, or talked about unfairly. I want to speak to Councilman Rosendahl and City Council. There are people who really depend on the Satakoy bus line 169 from Canoga Park to Van Nuys. It will be changed in December. The senior citizens, disabled people who don't have reservations for access, and kids who go to Fulton, now combination middle and high school, who have after-hour school events will be affected. The line is, this 169 line number will change, and it will only run a few times in the morning and a few times in the afternoon when kids get out. It will run poorly as it did in the 1970s. When I missed a bus, I walked back to Van Nuys Airport. Many can't walk. It shouldn't be just revenue, how many people use it, but how is it important for people who do use it. Maybe a dash can pick up the people and near a few major bus lines from Satakoy and take them to either Sherman Way or Roscoe, your choice, or of course near Fulton or any other schools. Oops, it would be easier to leave the 169 alone, but a dash is an alternative. People won't go out of their cars for buses when buses only run once an hour on some lines. All buses run sporadic. They don't connect a lot of times. The Wilshire bus 720 has buses turn around some at Wilshire and Westwood and go back to downtown, having 720 Santa Monica extremely crowded, especially after 3 p.m. when the kids get out near Barrington. No accommodations. They leave a lot standing waiting for the next bus or even the one after that. 720 Wilshire should run all buses from one line to the other. It was a horror when the Wilshire Boulevard was closed to the President of the United States. It was a nightmare. I felt I was on hostage. Okay, thank you.
Rick Nightingale in the San Fernando Valley, Van Nuys.
Yeah, Rick Nightingale. You know, it's really getting old, I'll tell you, regarding this Obama thing about the picture about the watermelons and this other picture about the apes. I says, why don't you people get a life? You know, I mean, you're being prejudiced and so forth, and I just cannot believe that the news media and so forth, and you treat a bunch of little bitches. That's about the size of it. I said, I thought this was America. You could say anything that you want and so forth. Okay, people will disagree with you. People will look down on you. That's your prerogative if you want to say something like this. But when they get on the media, they want your job and this ACLU, they are just, why don't you put them on an island? And if anybody wants to be with them, go visit them. I mean, this is just out of range that every time something comes along, it's just unbelievable. I was brought up in a Christian family. I went to parochial school, and my parents taught me to turn around and treat my fellow man with respect and so forth.
But it's just gone so far out of hand with this situation that it's just beyond me. And you wonder why when I talk sometimes you think that I'm a bigot and so forth. It's just so bad that I felt so sorry years ago between the blacks and the Mexicans and anybody else that they were treated unjustly. But it has gone so far overboard that you wonder why I speak this way. That you people just can't go along and just try to be with people, get along with people. All right, if somebody disagrees, but then it goes into hate crimes. If you say something against somebody, it's a hate crime. I hate you. All right, I hate you. But the problem is, and then they try to arrest you for a hate crime? Get a life, man. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, that completes our public comment for today. Thank you very much, our public speakers. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item number 1, call special for cards.
Item number 1 has a number of cards. And the council member on item number 1, Mr. Rosendahl, is yours item number 1?
Item number 1 is in Council District 5.
Mr. Koretz? Mr. Parks?
Could we get number 8 reconsidered and receive and file because they've now paid the lien at Building and Safety?
Number 8, reconsider.
Yeah.
Open the roll on the number 8, reconsider. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And Mr. Parks, you want to dispo that?
Receive and file.
All right, receive and file. On number 8, colleagues, open the roll for receive and file. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Very well. 8 is now disposed. Mr. Koretz and Mr. Labange, you want to hear the speakers first, or do you want to have opening comment?
I wanted to ask that we hear the speakers first.
Okay. Mr. Labange, you had a question?
It was on items 2, so reconsideration of items. I'll catch you the next slot.
Okay. Thank you. Alan Kasdan, on item number 1, sir.
Can I bring up some exhibits?
Bring up them all. You have 2 minutes to display what you wish to display.
Good morning, council members, Councilman Zine. We are requesting the City Council's help today because we feel we are being treated unfairly and illegally by the establishment of a business improvement district that assesses our property in violation of established law. We own the Palazzo Westwood, which was a very controversial project that received full approvals and which we built. It's a mixed-use property currently within the boundaries of the proposed Westwood bid. Although only 50,000 square feet of the 420,000 floor area is commercial, retail. And that was because the community didn't want the 125,000 we proposed. They reduced it to 50,000. As a condition of approval of our project, we are required to provide 72 services that we do at great expense, such as security, sidewalk cleaning, graffiti removal, etc. We cleaned the street. We provided the street lighting. We did all of those things at the request of the conditions of approval. We are the only residential property that is included in the bid. Under state law, residential property is presumed not to get any benefit from the business improvement district, yet they have included our property. I have a photograph here. This is an apartment house. The city engineer can call this a pig, but it's still an apartment house. It is not commercial. It is not retail. It is an apartment house. Yet the city engineer and the councilman have included this in the bid.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kasdan. Our next speaker, Dennis Winston.
Good morning, President Zine and council members and the member of the public. My name is Dennis Winston, and I'm an attorney representing Hillgard House Hotel. And I'm here to request that Hillgard House Hotel be excluded from the Westwood bid because its inclusion would be unconstitutional. Article 13D states that any special assessment to be imposed must be proportional to and no greater than the special benefit to be conferred on the property. But that is exactly the opposite of the proposed assessment on Hillgard House. Hillgard House is to be assessed more for less service. The way the district is, the business improvement district is drawn now, Hillgard House is off on a little side over there. The term gerrymandering comes to mind, but that's fine. But the point is, it doesn't need the services that are being provided by the bid. And if you don't believe me, listen to the report that you got. Listen to the engineer's report or the plan. They say parcels within the district, but not within the SMD, which is the sidewalk maintenance district, are on the periphery of the district because pedestrian traffic is much lower in the maintenance overlay district, which is where Hillgard House is. The frequency of sidewalk maintenance, graffiti removal, and other maintenance services are much less than in the sidewalk maintenance district in order to provide the same level of cleanliness. However, Hillgard House and those peripheral buildings are supposed to pay an additional maintenance assessment in addition to the district-wide assessment. That's improper. It's unconstitutional. Now, I've submitted to you for the public record a copy of the complaint, and unfortunately, I am authorized to file that complaint and sue the city in the bid if necessary.
Thank you.
It's not a threat. It's
Thank you,
just
sir.
the facts.
Ronald Tavosky.
Good morning, honorable members of the council, council president. I'm Ron Turovsky of Manatt, Phelps & Phillips, and I represent Mr. Kasdan and Kasdan Properties, and I want to tie my comments to his. I'm going to try not to repeat because obviously time is very short. We've submitted a lengthy document that lays out the position, and Mr. Kasdan, I think, just well summarized. There are two main arguments that we have that demonstrate that the bid, as specifically applied to the Kasdan property, is improper. The first reason is Mr. Kasdan, the Kasdan company, is providing all of the services that are to be provided by this bid. This project was deemed very special, and it had 72 conditions. And in fact, all of those conditions require them to do all of the services that would be provided by the bid. So that it would be illegal to impose this assessment because there's going to be no benefit to the Kasdan property. And there's precedent for fixing this problem, which I'll get to in a moment. The second important point is this is a mostly residential property. 50,000 square feet is commercial. 370,000 square feet, 369,267 is residential. By definition, this is a business improvement district. Under state law, it is not designed to cover residential property. Yet, all 420,000 square foot are included in the assessment. That is completely improper under state and under city law as well. It is a mixed-use project. The reason this has happened is it's a cookie-cutter approach. They've just used every other project that's included is commercial. All residential are excluded. So what happens here when you have mixed use, they didn't deal with it properly. They included all of the square footage. We have a request specifically. Ordinarily, there would be time to try to fix this situation by allowing the engineer to consider this. What's happened in this particular instance is they completely fast-tracked this. So tomorrow, which is very rare, very unusual, there will be an actual vote on the ordinance to preclude the ability for us to have this considered.
Thank
we
you,
would request that that be moved 30 days.
Thank you, sir.
And that our issues be reviewed.
There's 16 speakers left on this, so we need to keep on that time frame of 2 minutes, please. Rick Stoff. Again, 2 minutes per speaker, courtesy to all the other speakers. There's 16 speakers left on item number 1.
Less than 2 minutes, Council. Thank you. The broken record you've heard before from Rick Stoff, Chrysalis. Bids do something that Council doesn't do. Bids do something that City doesn't do. It creates jobs, maintenance jobs, security jobs, directorship jobs, marketing jobs, and when all the boats rise and the river rises and all the boats rise, jobs throughout the district. And whether there's an argument of who's paying this and who's paying that, there's plenty of situations, Panorama City being one of them, where people like Macerich are in bids, even though they definitely don't need the sweeping in front of their properties. The Macerich Corporation always does their own. Westfield always does their own. But they know when everybody around them goes up, everything goes up, including what happens in their stores. So, in the name of jobs, I hope you consider this favorably. Thank you.
Chris Dash. Chris Dash. Followed by Sandy Brown.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in representing the restaurants and business owners in the Westwood District in support of the PBID project. For many, many years, Westwood has been called dead. Businesses on a daily basis in the papers were reading about another restaurant that went out of business, another business that went out of business. UCLA, which is such a shining part of Westwood, is separating, and the students don't come into Westwood because of the reputation of Westwood. There is a strong opportunity here to change that. As working on bids throughout the city, we can see the positive impact that a bid like this will do for Westwood Village. It is strongly needed. It will benefit everyone. It'll support, as we know, everybody benefits from a unified group like this. It will be well run, it will be well managed, and it will benefit all of the businesses. We want to see business come back to Westwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy Brown.
Good morning, council members. I'm Sandy Brown, president of the Holmby Westwood Property Owners Association, which is adjacent to the village. And I'm delighted to join with the Westwood Bid Formation Committee, as well as the Westwood Village businesses and Westwood residents, to strongly support the Westwood bid. Unfortunately, we always have someone in the crowd who doesn't agree with us, and today, Kasdan Properties is that entity. I know you received a letter from Mr. Kasdan, who owns the largest parcel in our village, and who, when developing it, requested and was granted subsurface vacation, CUPs, even doubling the density of the project. So 72 conditions for that seems very minimal to me. You can't keep talking about taking from the village. At some point, we have to give back to the village. We're trying to get that village going again. We've had great success so far, and this will be a real shot in the arm for us. So I ask your support for the Westwood bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Morabito, followed by James Heffron.
Good morning, council members. My name is Sam Morabito. I'm the Administrative Vice Chancellor at UCLA. UCLA has been participating with other members of the Westwood Bid Formation Group over the past year or so in an effort to establish the bid. The university is very supportive of this effort to revitalize Westwood, and also the bid's stated goals of clean, safe, and beautiful. If approved, UCLA would hold a permanent seat on the bid board, and along with other property owners in the district, would be contributing its fair share to support the bid. The campus is also prepared to provide other resources in support of the bid, including augmenting, for example, augmenting police services to promote the bid. Generally speaking, the establishment of the bid has received widespread support and consensus. For the future benefit of Westwood Village, UCLA encourages your support for the establishment of the Westwood bid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James Heffron. I should say Chief Heffron.
Good morning, President Zion, members of the council. I'm James Herron, UCLA Police Department Chief of Police. As Mr. Morabito stated, this is an important prospect for UCLA campus. As we on the police department perform our public safety duties there on our campus and surrounding neighborhoods, we built an excellent reputation and relationship with the Los Angeles Police Department as we work together to achieve our common goal of keeping our communities safe. As you know, there previously was a bid in the Westwood Village area, and from that location we were able to man a storefront there on Broxton Avenue. From that storefront, it proved to be an excellent location for both Los Angeles police officers and UCLA police officers to stop by, to provide information to community members, to take a break, to provide service to the merchants and business and community members in that area. Chancellor Block from UCLA has laid out a strategic vision. Part of that vision is to better connect with the city of Los Angeles. And from UCLA, we believe this is one important element to achieve that strategic vision, to have a better connection with Los Angeles. As we have found out through our history in policing around UCLA and the immediate vicinity, we have come to realize that many of the issues that occur both on campus but also in the Westwood Village area include or involve UCLA students, UCLA staff members, and UCLA faculty. So we have a natural desire to want to take care of those issues and resolve those problems for the people and provide a high level of service. From the police department at UCLA, we enthusiastically support this potential bid and look forward to contributing to its success as it reaches its potential to help Westwood become more clean, more safe, and more beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Dabney, followed by Cam Heckmall.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to address you all. My family has owned commercial property in Westwood Village since the 1970s. In that time, we've seen the village's heyday and the village's decline. And for a very long time, the village has been in serious decline. But this is a unique opportunity here. For the first time in many years, you are hearing from residents, you are hearing from business owners, and you are hearing from property owners, the vast majority of which are in favor of voluntarily taxing themselves to provide the services that the city is no longer providing. Westwood Village desperately needs the establishment of the Business Improvement District, and the people within the district are willing to pay for these services. My family's properties are within the Sidewalk Maintenance District, and despite what you heard from the Hillgard House, those within the Sidewalk Maintenance District will be paying more than those outside of the Sidewalk Maintenance District. In front of my properties, we trim our trees, we clean our sidewalks, we pick up our trash. Even in spite of that, we are willing to pay more to tax ourselves because, as previous speakers have mentioned, as the whole village rises, our properties will rise as well. So we therefore urge you to vote in support of the establishment of the bid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Cam Heckmat. I'm here today to speak in favor of formation of the new Westwood bid. Westwood was originally built as the shopping mall to serve the residents of Westwood and students at UCLA. This unique open-to-sky shopping mall was the thriving shopping and entertainment district and envy of many other shopping malls in the nation. In the 70s and 80s, due to several factors in the 90s and the 90s recession, Westwood began decline to a point that now store after store is vacant, trees overgrown, sidewalks filthy, and even residents of Westwood do not go to village in fear of panhandlers. After last City Council elections, Councilman Poretz, fulfilling his commitment to take action to revive Westwood, asked us to form a business improvement district. A group of us, comprised of representatives of Wilshire high-rises, Westwood property owners, merchants, and UCLA, have been working for almost 2 years, spending countless hours advancing our own funds to cover some of the cost of consultants and engineers to come up with the most comprehensive set of bylaws and management plans and budget. We held meetings attended by cross-section of the property owners, including representatives of Kasdan and City Councilman Poretz staff, and heard their concerns and suggestions. We formed our bid organizations such to address their concerns and comments. The majority of property owners, shopkeepers, homeowners, and UCLA have supported the formation of this bid and have patiently been waiting for its formation so that we start with the rebuilding of Westwood Village. I ask you to support our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Gibson, followed by Terry Lau.
Steve Gibson, Urban Place Consulting Group. We are the bid consultant that was hired to facilitate the establishment of the bid in Westwood. I'd like to make a couple of points. One is that this process has not been fast-tracked in any way. The business owners and property owners have been working on this for almost 2 years. We joined this over a year ago in the process. We've had monthly meetings with property owners and business owners, as well as community outreach meetings to bring the whole Westwood community into this process. The second point that I would like to address is this whole idea of mixed use and residential. We are the bid consulting firm that has either established or renewed the Downtown Center bid, the Figueroa Corridor bid, the Downtown Industrial District bid, the Arts District bid, the Fashion District, and the North Hollywood bid, all of which are in the city of LA, all of which have mixed-use buildings very similar to Mr. Kasdan's buildings. In fact, in the North Hollywood bid, Councilman Labange's bid, the 3 or 4 of the largest property owners in that bid are mixed use, very, very similar to Mr. Kasdan's properties. And in each one of these cases, each one of these business improvement districts that I mentioned, there is no differentiation between the assessment methodology on any of the parcels. So all of them, including the mixed use parcels, pay the same, under the same assessment methodology. So I would ask you, you've heard from several of the business owners and property owners in the district. This really does have strong grassroots support, and I would ask you to please support this district as it is.
Thank you. Chair Lau, followed by Stephen Sand.
President Zine, Terry Lowell, the assessment engineer that prepared the engineer's report for this district. And I want to state for the record that each parcel's special benefit was determined based on the service going to be provided, based on their frontage, lineal footage, their building square footage, and the parcel square footage. And those parcels that are zoned solely for residential receive no benefit from this service, and they're excluded from the assessment district. And I would also like to include that on a personal note, that my granddaughter's now going to go to UCLA, so I have a vested interest in making sure that Westwood's a clean community for my granddaughter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Sand, followed by Rick Chancellor.
Good morning, council members. My name is Stephen Sand. I'm the chairman of the Westwood Community Council and the Westwood Village Business Association. I'm very pleased to report to you that at our March meeting of the Westwood Community Council, our council, which is the largest and most established broad-based organization representing the entirety of the Westwood community, our merchants, our business owners, developers, property owners, virtually the entire leadership of our homeowners association, representatives from UCLA students, faculty, and others. Our council voted unanimously to support the formation of this bid. Our council did so knowing and believing that this bid is an essential component in the further revitalization of Westwood Village, so that Westwood Village can be restored to its place as a jobs generator for the City of Los Angeles, as a tax generator for the City of Los Angeles, and as a place that our neighbors will want to come and patronize, and where students, faculty, staff, and visitors to the City of Los Angeles will come to enjoy. I've personally reviewed the management district plan, and I must say it is an extremely thoughtful and very focused plan, focusing on a tight agenda of clean, safe, and beautiful. These are 3 essential elements, which is why our council member Paul Koretz has provided such essential leadership to see this bid to this point. I would urge you on behalf of our Westwood Village community to please support this bid, and we look forward to your support tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rick Chancellor, followed by Christian Irwin.
Morning, council members. My name is Rick Chancellor. I'm with the McDevitt Company. We are the representatives of Topa Properties and other property owners, leasing agents handling a number of the vacancies that have plagued Westwood for a number of years. Many of those properties have been vacant for 7, 8 years, and we've been working for the last year with the community. I also sit on the community council and involved in many of the activities. The community is really getting behind the revitalization of Westwood. For 20 years, Westwood has really languished, and we all remember back in the 70s and 80s when it was in its heyday. There is no reason why it cannot be returned to that. It is the largest urban village within the city of Los Angeles and should be really returned to its place as a retail destination. When Westwood languished, in the 90s and for the last 20 years, much of that was based on the economics of what was happening in the area. 3rd Street Promenade came online, and we certainly know that 3rd Street and the city of Santa Monica got behind 3rd Street Promenade, and obviously to great ends that they've been able to be very successful there. We think that the city of Los Angeles should really follow suit and look to approve the bid and move the city towards creating Westwood as once again a vital retail destination within the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Irwin, followed by Arnold Sachs.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm here on behalf of Domino Realty Management Company. We own several retail parcels in Westwood Village. I'm also here on behalf of our tenants to offer our support for the Westwood Business Improvement District. The current conditions in Westwood are unsafe, sidewalks unclean, dirty sidewalks, untrimmed trees, and we think that this Business Improvement District will do a lot to improve the neighborhood. We have 35,000 students. We also have a large hospital, over 4 million square feet of office, and several homeowners in the area. Growing up, my parents felt safe dropping me off in Westwood and allowing me to hang out with my friends. Today, I'm starting my own family, and if things don't improve in Westwood quickly, I don't know if I'll be able to make do the same for my children. So thank you for allowing me, and I hope that you pass this tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs is not in the chambers.
You mean Howard the Cat?
No, I said Arnold Sachs. Tony Ranger, followed by Angela Reinbold.
Good morning, council members. My name is Tony Ranger, and I'm the president of Topa Management. Topa Management is owned by John and Marion Anderson of the UCLA Business School fame, and I'm here to ask for your support in the Westwood bid. As you've heard from almost a dozen or so speakers before me, this is not a rush of any kind, that there's been over a year's worth of work by many people in this room and more to try to do the first really good thing for Westwood in a long, long time. The Andersons and Topa are the largest retail owners in the Westwood Village, and as you've heard, we actually hold some of the largest vacancies in the village. And we'd like nothing more than to fill those vacancies and begin generating some tax revenue. But before that can happen, Westwood needs to improve. And again, as the largest landowner there in retail, we don't want to turn our back on the village and do something independent of the others in the village. This is the first concerted effort of a lot of different owners getting together to do the right thing. So we ask for your support. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Angela Reinbold, followed by Ren Rose. Hi, Rose.
Good morning. I am here on behalf of Equity Office Properties. Our organization owns and manages approximately 1.5 million square feet of office space in Westwood, both in the village and on the Wilshire Corridor. And we are here in strong support of the formation of the Westwood bid. Our properties together will form the single largest monetary contribution to this bid, and we strongly believe that this is the right thing to do for Westwood, for the village, and for the outlying areas. We have been working on this project for, as other speakers have said, over a year now. We've gone to great lengths to ascertain an assessment method that will be fair and reasonable and provide the services equivalent to what people are contributing to. So we, again, request your support in this. Our organization, as many of the others that you'll hear today, have been providing some of these services on our own in front of our properties. The Kasdan Group is included in this, and we realize that they are providing some of those services already. My understanding is that the bid can provide these services for them. We do not intend this at all to be a double taxation or any infringement on their abilities to provide these services. In fact, we hope that the bid will be able to provide these for them. and that this will be a benefit for the entire area as a whole. So again, we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ren Hirose. I'm the general manager of the W Los Angeles Hotel, and I'm here in support of the bid. As we all know, Westwood Village is in need of an economic injection to stimulate and revitalize and make the village what it used to be. And we have approximately 200 employees that work at our hotel, and we have thousands of guests that stay with us. And a common theme that keeps coming up when they speak to me, they say, Ren, when we walk along the village, you see a lot of vacancies there, the sidewalks need repaired, the trees need trimming and such, and you have panhandlers that solicit them, and it's not as what it used to be. And we feel that the bid is going to help make that. It will help stimulate the economy that we need in the village. And on a second note, many of us are volunteers who help revitalize the village. I'm a co-chair of Westwood Live, which is a third Thursday event that we're starting. And I know last week another group of committee volunteers of over 400 people did a Westwood cleanup last week Sunday. And there's only so much that we can do to clean up, make the village safe and beautiful. This bid, I feel very strongly, as well as our employees feel very strongly, it will help us push it over the top to make the village what it used to be. So thank you very much and appreciate your support.
Our final speaker, Howard Katz.
Hi, my name is Howard Katz. I'm Vice President of Community Development for Kasdan Properties. I want to reemphasize that we do not oppose the bid. We believe a bid would be helpful for the village area. What we do oppose is the disproportionate assessment of our property to support this bid. We have 350 units and only 50,000 square feet of commercial, yet we're paying the price that everyone that has an entire commercial building is paying the same price that we're paying. We're asking for relief from that. The effect of this assessment on our property would be an increase in rent to the 350 units, the 700 people that live in those apartments, and that's just not fair. The specific plan specifically identifies our area as a sub-area of the rest of the village. It specifically precluded Tiverton Avenue and Weyburn Avenue from Tiverton to Glendale from having any commercial uses whatsoever, yet these properties are being treated as commercial. It is wrong, it is illegal, and we ask that you delay any implementation of the bid and make the adjustment to the assessments so that it properly is assessed. If you realize that we're asking for basically a minor adjustment compared to the total budget of the assessment, we're just asking that we not have to pay for everyone else's work that we have to do. One of the things that doesn't seem to be understood is we have substantial landscaping on our site. We have substantial workers on our site that take care of not only our site but our periphery. That's unlike any of the other projects. No one else has the landscaping we have. No one else has the workforce that we have to maintain to keep the properties in their order. We ask that you reconsider what's going on, adjust the assessments, and move forward with the bid at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That completes our public comment on this item number one. Mr. Smith, you're pushed, and Mr. Koretz. Mr. Koretz, it's your issue. You want to speak first, then Mr. Smith? Go ahead, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bid will provide maintenance and services to Westwood that the city isn't able to provide, especially in our current financial state. This will help revive Westwood, which is desperately needed an economic revival for a number of years. It's in the owners and the city's collective interest. I've worked on this effort since I first got elected, and I'm excited that we're moving forward. This bid has significant interest and support from stakeholders, businesses, property owners, and residents who all want to see Westwood improved. But in light of the protests, I have a few questions. And I wonder if we could be joined by the bid consultant, the city clerk, the city attorney, and the planning department to answer a few questions. First, for the city clerk's office, did the bid meet all the technical and procedural requirements that were set forth by the office?
Yes, they did.
Okay, for the bid consultant, have you tried to assure fairness to all properties within the bid's boundaries, and what have you done to do that?
We've determined that each property's special benefit is proportioned only in the degree that that special property benefits, or that property benefits from the services. So each property is analyzed individually, and that benefits.
Mr. Chair, could we have order from the audience?
I will once again tell the Sergeant at Arms, this chamber needs to be quiet, and if the people will not carry their conversations in a quiet fashion, then have them removed to the back of the chambers, because it's getting more and more disruptive. And it's mostly staff that's on the sides who are creating this disturbance. So staff members, please refrain from long conversations that are disrupting this meeting. It's not the audience, it's not the press, it's the staff members.
Well, it was the audience as well. So.
Pardon me?
It was the audience as well that was specific.
I'm not going to criticize the audience. Those are the voters. Go ahead.
Could you continue with that answer?
So, based on the service and the amount of service to be provided within the SMD and within the overlay district for those properties that are contiguous to but outside the SMD, each property was analyzed on the basis of the benefits that that individual property would receive from those services.
But that's based on a formula that
based on their linear street frontage, the building square footage, and the lot square footage.
And there was a complaint that those outside the sidewalk maintenance district will pay more, but my understanding is under the proposed assessments, those properties actually pay less. Can you explain how that's the case?
The SMD already collects assessments and provides services. The properties outside the SMD will have what is considered to be an overlay assessment, which is to provide distinct services in that area equal to the same services currently provided in the SMD. Then in addition to that, there's district-wide services that every parcel within the SMD and then within the overlay district will pay. Since the SMD is already paying for a higher frequency of service, which I call a performance-based level of service, they are paying more annually or on an assessment basis than those in the overlay district will pay.
So the sidewalk maintenance district folks will continue to pay this assessment plus an additional assessment that everyone will pay, including them.
That is correct.
So they'll clearly be paying more because they'll be paying two assessments. Everyone else will be paying just the one.
That is correct.
Okay. Also for the consultant, is it fair to have a mixed-use property paying into the bid?
Yes, it's very fair. And as I said it when I was at the podium, it's actually fairly normal to have that happen. And in almost all the bids in the city of LA that I'm aware of that have mixed-use situation, they pay just like we're talking about in Westwood. There's no differentiation between a parcel that has a mixed-use configuration on it or a parcel that has a commercial configuration. North Hollywood being just a really great example, but all of the bids in downtown LA, same thing. There's no differentiation, so it's very normal and it's very fair.
So it's not unusual as it's being argued?
It's not unusual. If there were cases the other way, that would be more unusual than this.
And what services will be provided to the Hillgard House?
The Hillgard House will pay all this, or will receive all the same services as every other parcel in the district, in the maintenance overlay district. So they receive sidewalk cleaning, trash pickup, tree trimming, security, issues dealing with parking and traffic, All of the same services that are delineated in the management plan and the engineer's report will be delivered to Hillgard House in the exact same way as they're delivered to every other parcel in the Maintenance Overlay District.
Okay, and a few questions for planning. Having reviewed the conditions, is there anything prohibiting the Kasdan property and Mr. Kasdan from allowing the bid to maintain his property rather than his current arrangement?
John Foreman, City Planning Department. No, there's nothing that would prohibit that.
Now, these conditions to maintain the properties are fairly common. Were they intended to exempt properties from the bid?
You are correct. They are fairly common and applied to projects throughout the city, and they were not intended to prohibit a bid from performing those duties.
And just to make it clear, if the property is well maintained through private action or through the bid, they won't be found to be out of compliance. The condition doesn't in any way require the maintenance to be done twice or at double cost or to be done by the property owner himself or themselves.
That is correct, Councilman.
Well, colleagues, I do take these challenges seriously, but at the end of the day, this bid will be very beneficial to all the properties within the boundaries, I believe including those that are protesting before us today. On the special benefit issues of both protests, the maintenance services by the bid are real services, and they are improvements to these properties. Improved safety and cleanliness are special benefits in particular. The signage, marketing, overall improvement also improves the area for hotel guests and apartment dwellers alike, translating to potentially higher rents for the property owner. I'm confident that there are ample special benefits to the property owners. And for the Hillgard House, not only will the bid provide maintenance services, they'll improve safety and security, which I know the Hillgard House is concerned about. This is critical for a property that advertises on their website their proximity to UCLA, to shopping and dining, and the ability of their guests to comfortably and safely get to UCLA and shopping and dining in the village translates to value and benefit for the hotel. For Mr. Kasdan, there's no intent to double tax on this property. The bid will provide maintenance services required for Mr. Kasdan's property and potentially save the property owner that cost. The bid will also provide wayfinding, special events, safety, and other services not currently provided by Mr. Kasdan that all translates to a special benefit. The fact of the matter is Mr. Kasdan's property is zoned commercial and is subject to assessment. This is not new or unusual or improper. In Hollywood, many mixed-use properties pay bid assessments and receive bid services. And here are just a few examples. Alta Apartments pays $25,000 and change for 218 apartments. The Jefferson pays $36,000 and change for 270 apartments. The Hillview Apartments pays $16,000 and change for a mix of residential and retail uses. And the Wilcox Apartments pays $5,000 and change for 20 units. Despite Mr. Kasdan's claim that he is being wronged by not reducing our assessment, the law doesn't allow examining, as I understand it, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Koretz?
Beyond residential and...
We're well over 6 minutes here, so...
Can I just finish one?
Please finish up.
Thought? The law does not allow for examination of the zoning beyond residential versus commercial, and the clerk's office is correct in assessing the entire mixed-use property in a commercial zone. And I'd ask our city attorney if that is correct.
Yes.
And one other quick question, then I'll be done. Is there a supplemental report from the engineer to clarify these issues, and does that legally clarify that adequately?
Miranda Pastor, Office of the City Clerk. There isn't a supplemental report, however, the engineer did submit a letter to clarify the Maintenance Overlay District.
Okay, thank you.
It has been submitted to the CLA.
Next on the queue is Councilmember Smith.
These are different. Thank you, President Reyes.
Can I say that? Ladies and gentlemen, I was chairman of the committee that oversaw bids for a couple of years, and I'm a very big supporter of bids. They bring tremendous value to the city of L.A. We just have to make sure we do it right, and there's some questions about that at this moment, which I think I want to have clarified. I have seen bids implode because of contentions within the bid, fighting within the bid. I don't think you need that. My biggest concern, I'm sure Mr. Parks feels the same way as Vice Chair of the Budget Committee, Mr. Parks, Chairman of the Budget Committee, is we don't need a lawsuit. A lawsuit's going to do nothing but delay everything for a year or more, cause us to spend a lot of time and money, cause all those people to spend a lot of time and money, and stop your bid dead in its tracks for a year or 2 years. So that's not the best route to go. I would hope there's a way to resolve this, and if we have to do this today, we'll do that today. But I think we have to ask some questions. First of all, you mentioned some of those mixed uses. My question is, in any of those mixed uses, were they given a different rate? In my Granada Hills bid, they were, because they recognized the value, that the fact that it's not 100% commercial use as defined in state law, and so the bid gave them a special rate, a lower rate, was approved. Now, I'll get to the 218 issue in a moment, but the question is there ability in the bid process to give a lower rate for a mixed use, such as the one you mentioned in North Hollywood, sir, to the bid consultant or whoever? It's a simple yes or no. Is there an ability to give a special rate to a mixed use in recognition that it's not 100% commercial?
I would... Miranda Past Office of City Clerk, it would depend on this engineer's assessment methodology. When they develop their assessment methodology and their rate, it depends on that established. And currently in this bid, that rate or that assessment methodology does not make that allowance. Also, with this property, it is the law purports that properties that are zoned solely residential are presumed not to benefit. However, this parcel is zoned C4, which is commercial, and it's not zoned residential.
And zoning is really an irrelevant issue, and I know Mr. Kasdan brings it up. In my mind, it's irrelevant. It's the use. The use is what dictates the value, not the zoning. We could zone it as an airport, but if it's used as a 4-unit apartment building, it's a 4-unit apartment building, not an airport. So forget that issue. The question I asked you, is there an ability, and in your government speak you actually said yes, there's an ability. It should have been done in the engineer's analysis, right?
Go ahead. Christine Romano here, City Attorney's Office. It's actually not the use, it's the special benefit that the parcel is receiving. Yeah. So the question is, what is the service or what's the service that the parcel is going to be receiving? And depending on that service that the parcel is receiving, then the engineer has to determine what the special benefit is to that parcel. So
and if you follow that logic, though, then the state law should have never defined residential use as not taxable or allocated under a bid.
Councilmember
But
Smith?
it does. I'm over my time. I will push my button again because there's a lot more questions. But the law says very clearly residential is not allowed under state law bid. You're saying it could be if there's a benefit, and that's not what the law says. So I think there's a very clear definition in state law. We have to determine in a mixed use how you apply that, and that's what I'll come back to.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Our next speaker, Councilmember Labange.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me. Members, I wanted to stand. I know this went through the Jobs Committee on this issue here. I understand with the chairman there wasn't a lot of discussion. Now we're having this discussion. You can see the value of committee work. And unfortunately, some of this stuff should be brought up. First thing I do want to say, though, I want to remember, and I wish I knew her name, but she was a Long Beach State student who was killed in an incident in Westwood, which changed Westwood. Say it again? Karen Toshiba. Thank you very much. She was a Long Beach State student coming up for a good time in Westwood, and this may be well over 20 years ago, Sandy, and it was a tragedy that turned the course. Now the course is being changed. In remembering her, I want to do that every time I think of Westwood, with Mr. Corrett's effort here, because this is a successful tool. The first public speaker, the man without the tie with your hand on your, stand up again. You said it right. Oh, you got a tie on, a nice tie, excuse me. You said there's some things that we can't do. that the business improvement districts have afforded the change in neighborhoods. I know the Hollywood Business Improvement District has made a difference dramatically. The North Hollywood Improvement District has made it dramatically in making a change. This will have a dramatic change. And with the support of the University of California at Los Angeles, that again will make a change. And one day the subway will come to UCLA, as well as I wanted to, not just to the subway to the sea, but the subway to USC down in Vermont, Mr. Smith, as well. But I wanted to rise to support Mr. Koretz. I wish there was a vehicle to help those who have an appealable process. Mr. Michelson, Deputy City Attorney, Chief of Staff, in charge of all good.
None of the above.
Okay, is there an appealable process? Let's say I'm in the bid, and I get my bill, and I think, you know what, I think this is too much. Is there any, when we go forward, an opportunity to appeal that where someone hears that and make a decision, or is this locked in stone?
This would be the time today for protests to be heard. In essence, this would be the appeal in certain respects. Beyond this time, once the ordinance is ultimately adopted by council, it would require an aggrieved party to bring litigation against the city.
And was everybody notified that there was a hearing in Public Works in this process and community process? You're satisfied, Mr. City Attorney? And Madam City Clerk?
Yes, notices were mailed out to all of the business owners.
Right. Well, so there was opportunity to try to solve this at some other point, but at this point, you have a whole bunch of people who want this, and see Mr. Koretz's leadership. You have a gentleman who has a mixed-use project that doesn't see the same light that these people do. I got to stand with the majority because of what bids do to affect change in the city. So that's where I would be supportive of Mr. Koretz. I'm sorry we can't solve the problem of the mixed use, but I know I have that in North Hollywood and some parts of Hollywood, so I know it's a vehicle. I stand down at this time and thank Mr. Koretz for trying to solve this problem, and, but sometimes we can't solve everybody's problem. We've got to go forward to help all of Westwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. Smith.
I just want to point one additional thing out, that we worked for a year to try and make this as fair as we could for everybody, and to be sure that it was fair and that it provided these benefits at a minimal cost. And Mr. Kasdan's assessment has been reduced by about 35% versus previous bid proposals. Under the previous bid formulation effort, the formula would have resulted in him paying $118,000 and change a year. The current formula now has him paying $76,000 and change a year. So altering the formula so that it was based on frontage, lot size, and total square footage was a benefit to Mr. Kasdan and to an attempt to make the system completely fair to all types of property. And now we have a formula, and we can't just discount that formula. One other thing I would point out is this is a short bid. It's only a 3-year bid, and if there are problems that are insurmountable, if this doesn't work out, the bid doesn't have to be renewed. This is really very much a pilot project in a way as a bid. And so this is not a 10-year bid. We're not locking anyone into these rates. It's something we can look at again in 3 years. But this will be critical for an area that should be doing well and hasn't been doing well, has really been economically depressed, which is hard to believe in the location that it's in. What needs to get it out of that will be this bid, and I ask you, all of my colleagues, to vote for it now.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And just a continuation of where I was at, it's my understanding Mr. Kasdan made an offer to pay part of the allocation but not the full amount. Okay. I asked the city attorney, I said, does this require a 218 vote? And they said, yes, it would, because it would change the allocation. You'd have to go back and start the whole process. So the second question I asked was, if the bid board was to accept a lower revenue, and instead of changing the revenue allocation for everybody, just lower their expenditure plan by that amount, that doesn't change the allocation. That doesn't require a 218 vote, in my opinion. City attorney may disagree with that, but it resolves the issue. If this gentleman is willing to pay less, he's going to spend more money on attorneys fighting this than the allocation, actually, than the assessment. He feels that's the right approach to take. That's his right. So if there's a way to get out of this, Mr. Koretz, that would be ask the board one more time to meet with Mr. Kasdan, determine whether they can accept the lower assessment, adjust their expenditure plan to meet that, and go forward without the lawsuit, without this coming before council and fighting this out, giving them an opportunity to resolve the problem rather than forcing the issue into court, in which case everybody loses, folks. You lose, Kasdan loses, the city loses. There are no winners if we go to court. And that is the path you are on. If you choose to take that path, then so be it. We'll see you in court. If there's a way to resolve that by sitting down with him and seeing what he's willing to offer and seeing if you can accept that and adjust your expenditures to meet that without then causing a 218 vote, then everybody wins. Now, I'm not that crazy actor saying let's win, 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 but I think there's an opportunity here. And if you would accept that opportunity, let's put it off for a week, ask the board to sit down with Kasdan. They're sitting there shaking their head. You would rather go to court and fight this and stop your bid for a year? Is that what you're saying? Yes, you are. Is that what you're saying? Okay, then that's it, folks. These people would rather go to court than find a solution to the problem. I can't support that because it's going to take our city attorney time and all of our city staff time. That is the wrong way to think, folks. That is the wrong way to think. So if you want to go to court, waste my time, waste your time, Kasdan's time, and stop your bid for a year, that's fine. That's your choice. I won't vote for that.
Mr. Cardenas.
That is so stupid.
If there is a lawsuit,
My time.
is it guaranteed that it would stop the bid for a year or any time? Wouldn't it be up to a judge to decide if there's a stay or not, continue or not continue in the meantime?
No, it would, the bid would proceed, and they'd have to, if they wanted to actually stop the bid, they'd have to have injunctive relief to do so.
Yeah, so it's not automatic, Mr. Smith, that the bid would not go forward. In addition to that, I found it very, very interesting that Councilmember Smith was reminding us that state law doesn't allow our bids to assess residential property. But why would we do that if it seems so black and white? The property in question, or that's been brought up in question by Mr. Kasdan that he apparently owns, is that property purely residential? Is it mixed use? What is it? Does anybody know? Yeah, go ahead.
It's zone C4.
Okay, it's zoned C4.
Commercial.
And the activity on it, is it mixed use or is it purely just apartments? Is there any commercial, is there any beyond residential, is there any retail, et cetera?
There's commercial and residential.
There is commercial and residential activity on a C4 zone property. So what Councilmember Smith was referring to, was he referring to state legislation that is now in statute that says that we can't assess residential based on the zone, based on the use, or what?
Yes, it's a property-based law. It's the PBID law, which says that if a parcel is zoned solely residential, then it's presumed not to benefit from the services that are being provided.
Okay, so in other words, if it's zoned residential and it's being used as residential and it doesn't have variances and it's being used other than residential, then it stays within that category of not being assessed.
The law just says if it's zoned solely residential or agricultural, then it's presumed not to benefit.
Okay, and so we seem to look at that black and white in this particular case, that particular property is not zoned solely residential or agricultural.
Correct.
And you just told us that it's zoned C4.
Correct.
And C4, is that residential?
Commercial.
It's commercial. The C standing for commercial, I guess, I presume?
Yes.
I know what the answer is, but we have the public that we're protecting and trying to make sure we don't get in lawsuits or what have you. So forgive me, you're starting to look at me like, what are you, crazy? No, I'm not crazy. I just want to make sure that I'm not talking to us and that everybody listening is understanding what's going on here. Because at the end of the day, as Mr. Smith pointed out, when we use our city attorneys, or excuse me, our city attorneys engage, that's the public dollar. So I just wanted to make sure we had a little bit more clarity before I vote. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl, followed Mr. Koretz.
Yep. I just want to hear the money amount again, okay? What kind of an exposure is Kasdan looking at? I know that you negotiated something. What is the dollar figure between what he's willing to do and what we feel he should pay? How much money are we talking about here?
I think it's roughly around $30,000, the difference.
So we're fighting over 30 grand here for an hour? Is that what I'm hearing is the case here? $30,000 for an, pardon me?
76,000.
Is Mr. Kasdan in the room? Can I hear from him? Is that okay?
Without opposition, Mr. Kasdan, if you can come to that microphone. Without opposition, a question from Mr. Rosendahl. Mr.
Yeah,
Kasdan.
what's the deal here?
We offered to pay $42,000.
$42,000.
Of this $76,000.
And they're saying $76,000.
Right.
So you're fighting
because
over
I could
30
pass the $42,000 on to the commercial. Otherwise, I have to send a notice to 700 tenants telling them that the city has imposed an assessment on them and raised their rent $20 a month to every tenant. The commercial, you pass through on the common area charges, but the residential ones, they're going to know that they're going to have to pay more money because of the assessment district.
Okay, it's $20, but my thing is we're spending an hour.
It's $34,000 is the total. We've offered 42. We offered at one time 50-something thousand, but I mean, there was no relief in terms of anybody wanting to address this issue. In Hollywood, Mr. Garcetti's district, he gave a 50% reduction in all for mixed-use projects. And that when they read that list of apartment houses, they were reduced 50%.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kasdan. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Alarcon, then Mr. Koretz, then Mr. Smith. Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, first of all, when this matter came to committee, it was presented to us as a slam dunk, and nobody protested. We didn't get any cards to speak, and the council office indicated that they supported it, and it went through on consent. So we frankly didn't have an opportunity to have a full vetting of the issues that are presented to this council, and I'm surprised to hear all this discussion. It is typical that the business improvement districts go through on consent in that committee because all the vetting occurs in the community for the most part, and it's unusual when one is controversial, so that's why it passed through. But having heard that, the fundamental legal issue is, it seems to me, what is the definition of residential relative to the state law? Is that correct?
No, the fundamental issue is whether or not the engineer feels that the special assessments, the assessments that are being assessed against the property owners, especially in this case Kasdan, are based on the special benefit that he is receiving. That's really the bottom line here.
But it seems to me that there is a tie to the statute which indicates that residential is excluded from allowing bids.
To some, Councilmember David Michelson was city attorney. To some extent, the residential issue is a bit of a red herring, and here's what I mean by that. Under state statute, if there's a property that's exclusively zoned residential, there's a presumption then under state law that that property need not be assessed under the bid. We're not dealing with a property that's zoned exclusively residential. We're dealing with a property that's zoned C4. And on top of that, we're dealing with a property zoned C4 that is not just residential. There's actually commercial use as well.
Mr. Michelson, I appreciate that. As a former legislator, I can tell you that quite often there are statutes that aren't specific. And the intent of those statutes is not necessarily clear, and therefore I don't know whether there's a definition of residential property in the bill or not. I may have voted for it, I don't know, but I don't know what's in the bill, and it's very hard to determine from this perspective. So I have a concern that we could be wrong. So why not go back, take a look at the bill? Has anybody done that? Has anybody looked at the state law? Besides Mr. Kasdan, who's waving his hand saying he did.
Yes.
Okay, so what does it say? Is there a definition?
Parcels zoned solely residential or agricultural are presumed not to benefit.
So it doesn't say anything about mixed use?
No.
So therefore, you're saying that that would mean that mixed-use properties could be included in bids?
Yes. And if the engineer supports that it should be assessed in this case based on the methodology that the engineer has chosen.
You know, you keep talking about the engineer. I'm talking about state law. You know, don't confuse the issues. Don't confuse the issues. And you're talking to a former legislator, and, you know, I want a direct answer to a direct question.
There's a state law and there's a Prop 218 overlay.
But I'm not talking about the Prop 218. I was talking about the state law, ma'am.
If you don't have Prop 218 compliance, you don't have a bid.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this is my time.
Are you with the city attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You know, don't answer a question I'm not asking. I'm asking about the state law. You know, and that's all I wanted to know about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. LaBonge? Mr. LaBonge.
Stand up if you want to see your assessment change. You want to see your assessment change? Stand up if you want to see your assessment change. If that man changes his assessment, it goes all sideways. I'm just saying they worked hard. They got to this point. Alan Kasdan, I would love to be able to support everybody. But I'm going to support the people of Westwood and know that you're a good man and you're not taking this personally because you're a big USC booster. It's helping UCLA and Westwood. I say vote for it and go forward. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, and I would agree with what Tom just said. This is nothing directed at Mr. Kasdan. I have nothing against him. In fact, I consider him a friend. But we worked on this for a year and a half, and we've gotten consensus. We've gotten this offer to try and settle and change the formula within just the last couple of weeks. And you really can't do it in this process. You have a formula. You can't give a sudden discount. And even if we could find a way to do it, it's been made clear to me in conversations with the bid board and other folks that have supported the bid that this would blow it up. Because there are a lot of other folks that feel they don't get as much benefit as they think they should through the bid directly on their property. But they're willing to do it because it brings up all of Westwood. They're willing to see that extra expense. But if we do it for one, they feel they're in the same circumstance. Why shouldn't they get this discount? And then we'd have dozens of businesses that want some sort of a discount off this formula, and I think it would just blow the whole thing up. It's not that I wouldn't like to see it, but I don't think there's a way at this late date, based on all the calculations, based on the formula, based on the engineering report, I don't see any other way to go than to move this forward. If we're going to have a bid. If we want to blow it up, that's something else. But if we want to bring back Westwood and have this bid, we need to vote for this.
Mr. Smith, our final speaker on the queue.
Fine. Mr. Alarcon brought up some good points, and he's chairman of the committee. Mr. Alarcon, would you take it back to committee for a week or two and see if this can be resolved?
It's the will of the council.
It's the will of the council. I would suggest that this is not the forum to do this. You said that. We all said that. The forum to do that is in committee, and it's unfortunate Mr. Kasdan didn't go to committee, but I think we ought to afford him that opportunity and see if a deal can be worked out. It'll take 2 weeks rather than a year, and I think it's worth our investment. So I'd move that we send it back to committee for a quick turnaround, one chance to try and resolve these issues, and if not, then we'll vote on it here for a final vote in the next couple of weeks. So I move that we send it to committee for 2 weeks to get it right back.
Is there a second?
No? You want to ask?
Is there a second on the motion? Mr. Parks' second is Mr. Smith's. All right, Mr. Michelson, I'm sorry. Mr. Michelson.
And I'll mention this briefly. The critical thing, and we think we've tried to stress this last half hour or so, is that the engineer's work supports whatever the dollar amount is. That's critical. The engineer's formula, the engineer's methodology that currently is in place supporting this assessment, we believe, frankly, is legally sound. You could proceed today. If you want to go a different path through committee, that's certainly the prerogative of this council, but we would then suggest that the engineer be engaged to help the process by revisiting the issue and determining whether the methodology and the formula could be altered in a way that could be supported legally.
Okay. And as again, I gave an option where we could do that without having a problem with the engineer, and that is you don't change the assessment on the revenue side. You do it by changing the assessment on the expenditure side, which doesn't require a 218 vote. If they can adjust their expenditure side by the equivalent amount, that doesn't require a change in the assessment nor a 218 vote. If they don't want to do it, they don't want to do it.
Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I would point out, as already been pointed out, that no one came to committee to complain about this. Protests are appropriately brought to council, but if I thought there were any way to resolve this in a positive fashion by sending it back to committee, I would ask that it be done. I don't think there's a way to make this work, other than to not have a bid in Westwood, which I think is not a desirable result. So I would ask for a no vote on this motion.
All right, so on Mr. Smith's motion to send it back to committee, on that motion, please, colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 6 noes.
That fails. So now the matter is before us for the assessment. On the assessment, colleagues, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote. Hold on a second.
Excuse me, Mr. President. What's before you is just closing the public hearing. There's no vote required. The ballot tabulation will be announced at tomorrow's meeting.
All right, so the public meeting is concluded. There's no vote required. Public hearing is closed. Very well. So the matter will be taken up tomorrow for a vote on the matter. Okay, that concludes item number 1. Thank you. Story to resume tomorrow. Mr. Reyes, you have a request to bring number 34?
Actually, it's number 14.
Number 14, I'm sorry. Number 14, Madam Clerk.
Item 14. Colleagues, thank you for accommodating this request, Council President. We do have a general manager for department here with us, and they want to keep him longer than we had to. This is regarding an issue that stems from an incident that was reported in Chinatown Library where an individual had on his computer screen offensive graphic material, pornography that the families and the parents were very offended and wanted to see the city respond in a manner in which it preserved a family environment and essentially provided a healthy environment for our children. And our librarian for the city, Mr. Gomez, came before the committee and did, I feel, a very good job in speaking to the issue, in which they are now following a process that does not violate the First Amendment rights, but does provide an environment that allows the children and families to be in the library without the fear of being offended and or exposed to material that is unhealthy for them. So they went ahead, and I'm going through the process of observing the sight lines to make sure the computers are not within visual sight of the children and or the parents, that there is a method by which they can monitor and keep vigilance on how this computer is being used. There is material that pertains to child pornography that is illegal, so that is not being allowed. So I want to thank them, and I want to just ask you, Director Gomez, if you could just share with us a summary of actions taken by the Library Department.
Yes, Councilman, thank you very much. Martin Gomez, General Manager for Libraries. Since we did the report to the committee, we've done an assessment of all our branch libraries, given the location of computers, making sure that the equipment is operating properly and the appropriate safeguards are in place. I've asked Cheryl Collins, who's our interim director for branch libraries, to give us an update. If you'll allow me to let her just give you a quick update.
Please.
Thank you. After our committee meeting, we were directed to do a survey of all of our libraries so that librarians could actually look at the sight lines for every computer, make sure every computer had a privacy screen, and suggest if any of the computers needed to be moved or changed or what have you. We've completed that survey. We have moved some book racks and things to make sure that no one can stand directly behind the computers. And we have 5 branch libraries that we're in the process of actually moving some of the computers to make sure that they're not visible to people who don't want to look at what's on the screen. We've also ordered more privacy screens because we found that some of our privacy screens were Thank you. Some of our privacy screens were getting old and falling off, so we're getting new privacy screens for many of our computers, and we're now going to annually do a survey of our computers to make sure that they all have privacy screens, and if anything needs to be moved, we will then move them.
How many incidents of this type have we had reported to the library?
Well, since the Chinatown incident?
Well, since then and in general.
I don't have an exact number, but we do get, a handful of incidents every year. Some of them are legitimate, some of them are just, kind of borderline. It kind of ebbs and flows. We don't really get very many. We have thousands of computers in our library system, and I would say that the number of complaints that we actually get are maybe a dozen or 2.
Well, thank you. I want to thank the chairman of the committee and conducting this session. I want to thank you, the staff, for being responsive. I know in Chinatown there's a much appreciated feeling from the constituents. I'm hoping that we can continue going down that path until we finish with all our libraries, making sure it's secure for our children. Thank you. And I ask the council for the support. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas?
Aren't there some cases going through the courts right now when it comes to this matter of whether or not public entities like public libraries are required to afford people their right to look at these things?
Good afternoon. Basha Jankowski, City Attorney's Office. The main case that involved in the U.S. Supreme Court that involved internet filtering and public libraries was called U.S. versus American Library Association. It was decided in 2003, and it basically established several important principles having to do with internet access in libraries. The case involved a challenge to the Children's Internet Protection Act, and the court, which is a federal law, and the court held that it was constitutional to require schools and libraries receiving federal funds to have a policy of internet safety, including protection measures such as filtering. Therefore, filtering software which blocks unprotected speech, such as obscenity, and I have the definition here. Obscene material is unprotected by the First Amendment and is limited to works which, taken as a whole, appeal to the prurient interest in sex, which portray sexual conduct in a patently offensive way, and which, taken as a whole, do not have serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. So for adults, any obscene or material or any child pornography is unprotected speech. For children under 18, the unprotected speech also includes material harmful to minors. And that goes into sort of the same definition but has some layering upon it for patrons under 18. So the court held that libraries, it was constitutional to filter speech aimed at unprotected speech. However, if the filters veered towards protected speech, the Supreme Court, it was clear in the record, at least 8 of the justices seemed to rely on the fact that if a patron asked the librarian to unblock a site, which was not unprotected, that basically took care of any argument that this requirement of tying the federal funds to filtering was an assault against the First Amendment. There are state cases that are going on right now. Again, these are not federal cases that do discuss the library maybe taking a position to not unblock any sites as requested. Again, that has not been decided, but there are arguments to be made that if the library refuses to block, let's say, pornographic sites, that it's more akin to a collection decision by the library versus a prior restraint on speech, meaning if the library excludes pornography from their collections, because although access to information arguably is part of the First Amendment, the library doesn't have unlimited space and funds to include all information for all people. Therefore, they have collection decisions that they make. So there is an argument to be made there, but that has not been decided. You would also have to look at whether any library filtering policy would be reasonable when measured in light of the library's mission and policies, and whether it was viewpoint neutral. So those are some of the cases, I think, that are maybe winding their way through state courts, but there's nothing really in the U.S. Supreme Court other than the first case that I mentioned, which talked about blocking unconstitutional speech and asking and unblocking a site that is protected pursuant to a patron's request.
Thank you. I'll push my button again.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian, then Mr. LaBonge.
I appreciate the library's efforts to try to grapple with what's always a difficult balancing act of ensuring full access to materials and also avoiding offensive things like this. But especially now that I've heard the summary of the lay of the land on federal constitutional law, I'm completely unclear as to why we can't simply deal with this issue through filtering software rather than going in the step of providing a higher degree of privacy to pornography viewers. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me that we're going in the direction of providing privacy screens and better sight lines to people who want to view pornography in our public libraries when we should be going instead, in my view, in the direction of greater filtering of those things. Point number one. Point number two, is this going to create a situation then when children and adults have to use separate sections of the library so that we prevent the children from having access to pornographic material that's unfiltered, and that they're able to use it then in a private area with privacy screens so that they won't have the same level of monitoring? This seems to me that we're going, in my view, in the wrong direction in trying to address a difficult problem. I think, from what I've heard, that we can deal with it effectively with filtering software, particularly when you have the option of unblocking things that would otherwise be restricted because of the failure of blocking software to distinguish content in some respects. And folks, that's exactly what we use in our own offices. In our own offices, we have filtering software that prevents access to certain sort of things that should be prohibited to be viewed in a city computer. And if we want it unblocked, we call up ITA and we get it unblocked. I don't see why it should be any different for members of the public in the libraries. Let me ask this question as well. If it were a library employee who were viewing pornography on a public computer, certainly that would be grounds, would it not, for some sort of disciplinary action. And if that's the case, then why can't we have similar kinds of restrictions on access to pornography through filtering software for members of the public?
Councilman, on a couple of points that you mentioned on the direction piece, the decision to not use filters on our public access computers is a policy decision that was established by the Library Commission, and in part because we believe that the filtering software is not foolproof. And an example that I've from Real Case is the request to look up something dealing with breast cancer, where the filtering software will actually block information that would be available about that topic because of the term breast. Another example would be if a teenager was having questions about sexuality, etc., to come into the public library to do their own research about that topic and use the word sex, that may also block. So there's the issue there of the software is not perfect. The other concern that we have is that, yes, indeed, you could call a librarian and say, if you did have filtering software, open up the switch here and let me see this porn site, not porn site, excuse me, a site dealing with breast cancer, for example. The concern that we have is that that may send actually have a chilling effect on teenagers and others who are looking for legitimate information. And I just want to stress that I believe that the number of incidents that have occurred, given that we have tens of thousands of situations on a daily basis of people using our computers every day, the number of incidents that actually occur do not warrant or not benefit really it's not a benefit to us to actually provide a filter. There's an expense involved, there's a labor issue involved with respect to asking librarians to come and now unblock a site, and I think that actually would have a chilling effect on people who are using their computers for very legitimate use.
Mr. LaBonge.
Mr. City Librarian, what a great title. You're the librarian. You're responsible for the access to the books and everything else. Use common sense. I think what Mr. Reyes brought up was an interesting, how you have to move the chairs. How you have to make sure the screens. Look at that. If there's something that you feel is coming, like technology is moving in a direction faster than we could steer the flood of water that rushes, whatever it is, please let us know and we'll adjust to that. I think Mr. Krikorian brought up points, but you brought up other points that I think superseded his points in the sense of what the mission of the library is. But this is not an overwhelming problem from San Pedro to Chatsworth, from Boyle Heights to Venice. It was one that came, but we want to look at it again. I know I've seen this on the 4th floor of the Central Library in the Tom Bradley wing. There's old great maps of the city, which I love to look at, and right there's all the computers. Unless you have screens on them, anything that's there, you may be exposed to it. That should not be something that is done. It should be screened there to block what is there. Is that correct?
Right. I think the idea is not to create an environment so that people can go crazy on the computer, but rather to protect what they are viewing from the view of others. If you're looking at your private email, for example, I think the idea is that you don't want somebody looking over your shoulder reading your private email.
Or even looking at pictures. The other thing, too, that I think is tough for some library staff is a person who's in the library will pick a site and they'll want a printing of whatever's on that site, and they'll pay 10 cents, and it's a little odd to do that. I don't know if are you still obligated to do that?
Well, actually, we have a new system in place where if you want to print something, you have to provide a password. You make up a password and then go to a print station, self-serve.
So you don't have the librarian have to do it?
No, no one will see what you print.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cardenas.
I just wanted to say, thank you for doing everything that you can to make sure that we stay within the confines of the Constitution. Very important to do that, but at the same time, protecting our constituents who go to the library for other purposes other than what we've been talking about for the last few minutes. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for constantly making sure that you're improving the situation and also making sure that you're creative within the law to make sure that as many people are protected and that the library really gets used for what most people really want to use it for. So I know it's a difficult place to be and certainly a place where you don't want to end up in litigation. So I want to thank you for doing your best on that. Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you. I want to come back to the filtering issue because I get that if you're doing a book report about the history of pornography and you put the word pornography, you don't want that to be blocked. But aren't there blocking softwares that have lists of pornographic site domain names, for example, so that at least those could be blocked so that we don't have 12-year-olds in libraries? And maybe, there aren't many reports about this, but that's partly probably because 12-year-olds who want to go in and look at pornography aren't going to tell the librarian that they're doing it. My concern is when we create, as you do, create this wonderful, safe, family-friendly environment for our young people to go to, I think parents need to have the security of knowing that the sorts of things that they know their children wouldn't be able to pull off of the library shelf are the same sorts of things that their children won't be able to pull up on the library computer screen. And that's not too much to ask, I think. So while I'm sympathetic to this issue of, trying to preserve ready access, can't we at least take the steps, or maybe we have, I don't know, I don't mean to suggest that we haven't, but isn't there some way that we can at least avoid the graphic images from being brought up on screen? Maybe not references, as you say, to particular words, but at least graphic images and clearly graphic domains that there, is absolutely no constitutional protection for. Can't we do that?
Councilman, I'm not an expert in filtering software. I basically learn what I learned through my profession as well as trying to keep up with the literature. I do think there's the potential to begin a path of being on a slippery slope. And here's what I'm getting at. If you look at what's in our collection, and there are cases that happen all over the country where somebody finds a fence at, a book that we might consider a classic novel or other items. So we do have juvenile collections, we do have collections for teenagers, we do have collections for adults and the general public. We don't operate, though, in a situation where we say these are only books for children or these are only books for adults. We don't function in loco parentis, I think is the Latin term. So we try to provide open access to all collections, and we really think it's the responsibility of the parent to monitor the children's use of the library, including the collection as well as their computer use. And we do know that that's not always possible because parents aren't always going to be with the child at the library. So we try to provide as much as possible the most secure environment that we can. Again, the filtering issue is a policy issue. Certainly that policy could be reversed. I would not recommend that to the Library Commission. I just think it's even more challenging for us to do that. We have computers that are specifically for children in the children's room. They're called Kids Path, so there's some level of safeguard, if you will. It's not guaranteed, of course, but we do try to do everything possible with the exception of filtering. On the last point on the domain issue, there's an organization called the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. It's an international group, and they come up with domain names. .edu, .gov, .com, .org. And recently, last January, they did pass a resolution that has been rolling around for the last 10 years or so to come up with a domain name specifically for pornographic sites. And they voted to approve that. It'll probably take months, if not a couple of years, to actually get trickle out into the market. That may be one solution that we can employ.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Corian. Mr. Reyes, to close.
Mr. I vote.
All right, there you go. Colleagues, on the matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well, thank you. The matter passes. Mr. Rosendahl wants number 25 to bring forward number 25, and also on number 34, do that forthwith, please. Number 34 forthwith. So number 25 is our next item up. Mr. Rosendahl, number 25.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I please have staff come up? I have a few questions I'd like to ask them.
Mr. Rosendahl, we have a couple cards on this matter.
Sergeant Matthew, please. Okay, I'm going to ask... Yes.
You want to hear from the public speakers first on this?
First, I want to ask these questions for the record, and then obviously from public speaking on this. Okay. Folks, this has to do with the red light program contract. And I just want to ask a few questions on the record, and then there's 5 public comment cards as well. Hello, everybody. We've got a chief here, we've got a sergeant here, we've got all kinds of folks here. What is the current status of AB 909, which would amend the California Vehicle Code to reassign rolling right turns on red violations to a lower fine? Anybody know anything about that?
I'm not currently aware of that. We did do some analysis on previous bills where they wanted to lower right turn fines on that, and we did bill analysis on that. This particular bill, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Does anybody else have a comment on that, understanding that there are concerns about the rolling right-hand turn? Okay. Could we have negotiated this original contract to ensure the city would at least break even?
At that particular time, no. The California Vehicle Code was set that you couldn't have citations initially in 2004, prior to 2004, the California Vehicle Code allowed cities to pay the photo light contractors on a per paid citation basis because they felt that the contractors were reaping benefits, from cities to increase the number of citations that were issued. They changed the California Vehicle Code 21455 of the California Vehicle Code, and what they did, they went to a flat fee based on that. So in 2004, like I said, with the change of the California Vehicle Code, things went to a flat fee basis, and it doesn't matter how many citations are issued at a particular intersection. It's based on whatever was negotiated when the contract was signed.
When we put out an RFP and go forward, we're going to take that into consideration.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on the collection rate over the last 2 years, how much of the $750,000 from the contract extension can we reasonably expect to recover through citation revenue for violations that take place over the next 90 days?
Good morning. This is Assistant Chief Mike Moore with LAPD, and I'm joined by Sergeant McWillie from Emergency Operations Division from Los Angeles Police Department. And our projections, presently we're recovering approximately 60% of all citations issued through the photo red light program. Violators are paying those citations. Presently, in the first quarter of this year, this program did not meet its costs. It was approximately $63,000 in the red, if you will. So in the next 90 days, I would expect approximately $63,000 or there about that area. That's also reflecting that in 2010, our best understanding of the cost recovery of this program was that it was approximately $200,000 in the red. And that is taking the cost of the vendor, the cost of the personnel that are assigned this program, in contrast to the revenue that's raised from the people who pay for these citations.
So the bottom line, it hasn't been a revenue generator with $200,000 in the red.
It has not.
Okay. Can anyone speak to the argument that extending the yellow phase on the signal accomplishes the same safety goals as the camera?
Yeah. This is the department believes that the photo red light program is an effective tool in improving traffic safety, as is engineering measures that are initiated and managed by the Department of Transportation. So the department looks to the Department of Transportation for the yellow light phasing, the lengthening of it, shortening of it, its duration, as to the appropriate staging of that. And I believe I'm joined by Mr. Fisher of the Department of Transportation, who can address yellow light phasing.
Okay, and I guess a couple of quick more questions, too, before the panel. Go for it.
Yeah, Councilman Rosendahl, we designed the yellow time based on the speed of traffic and how comfortable it is for someone to stop. And there's a formula for doing that. We also take steps to look at the speed limit, add 5 miles an hour for it to make sure we take care of the higher speed people on the roadway. We believe that what we have is a safe and comfortable deceleration for people to come to a stop. We fear, though, that if we extended it some arbitrary amount above that, whether it's 1 second or half a second or like that we could encourage those who could stop safely and comfortably to run the yellow and run the red when they really should be coming to a stop.
Okay, well, that's controversial. And what about the argument that implementing an all-red phase can just as effectively improve safety at intersections?
We currently employ an all-red phase at our intersections based on the width of the intersections being traversed. So if you have a 100-foot wide intersection like Sherman Way or some street like that, the all-red time is longer. If you have a minor street you're crossing, the all-red time is shorter.
Okay, real quick, have these cameras increased the number of rear-end collisions at certain intersections?
Well, I can answer that one. We did an analysis 6-month pre and post, and one of the things that we found out is that there was no change in rear-end traffic collisions at all 32 intersections.
And then just to follow up on that, of all collision types that take place at photo-enforced intersections in their statistics, or just collisions that involve someone actually running the red light?
Well, overall, at all 32 intersections, collisions are down 15%. There's been no red light-related fatalities. Total injury traffic collisions are down approximately 21%. And overall, there's been 0 fatalities at each of these intersections. So the cameras are doing exactly what they're trying to do, is to change driver behavior and driver attitude.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And Mr. President, I just wanted that as a backdrop, and so I obviously appreciate the comments from the public at this point and my colleagues as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's go for the queue first. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, and I'll repeat myself from last week, folks. This is not about photo red light. Whether you like it or not, that's not the issue. Mr. Zine and I voted against photo red light to begin with. I'm not enamored with the program. This is not about the program. This is not about how many people get what kind of tickets, what kind of accidents. It's not about that. This is about an extension of the existing contract for the department to report back on the findings in the RFP, which you authorized already for them to go do. They spent a lot of time doing what you instructed them to do. They are now bringing back the RFP, and that is where we'll talk about programmatic issues, not here today. This is a 90-day extension of the contract that exists. It keeps it going until we get to the RFP 3 months from now. That's all about today. If you don't like it, 3 months from now you'll have a chance to talk about the RFP, talk about the program, talk about what you like and don't like, whether or not they're giving the right kind of tickets, the wrong kind of tickets, what's in Sacramento, what's not in Sacramento. All that is not in today's debate. Today is about the contract extension. So I hope you keep focused on that. If you hate the program, vote no on the RFP. If you don't like what kind of tickets they're giving, vote no on the RFP. You've already authorized the department to spend a lot of money going out and doing an RFP. You've authorized a lot of companies to spend a lot of money, millions of dollars, preparing RFPs. Listen to the RFPs in 3 months. That's not about today. Today is just the 90-day extension.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Hahn, then Mr. Reyes, Mr. LaBonge. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Mr. Smith. However, I think the fact that this is up for an extension is an opportunity for us to actually talk about the program a little bit, and maybe what we do is throw out our concerns so that when the new RFP comes up in 3 months, you will have addressed them. I think part of what this council needs to get is accurate analysis. After the city controller came out with her audit about the program, there was a number of issues that were raised, and I introduced a couple of motions asking for a report back from LA DOT and LAPD on some specifics. And I was told at that time that we don't have the resources to actually do a complete analysis that I was asking for. Has that changed? Partly what I was asking for was, obviously we all like to hear less traffic accidents at these intersections. Obviously we all like to hear there was no fatalities at these intersections, in contrast to the previous year when there was no red light cameras, there was 5 fatalities. But I think to make a good decision about whether we want to continue with the red light program is, what other factors might have played into that? Are you telling me that it was only because we had the red light cameras at these specific intersections is that the only reason why we have less collisions or no fatalities? Were there other trends? How does that compare with other intersections that don't have these red light cameras? How does that compare to traffic patterns that may be changing, weather patterns those particular days? Were those other fatalities the only reason they happened was because, someone ran a red light, or whether, so when I asked for that last time, I was told we didn't have the resource to give us a good analysis of those questions. So I guess my question to you today would be, do we have those resources now to provide that kind of detailed analysis? And colleagues, again, I want to prevent any future fatalities and collisions, but you remember how upset I got here about that one intersection I have in Wilmington and San Pedro, where we were having fatalities and people were paralyzed and with terrible critical injuries because we didn't even have a left turn signal. So I guess for me, I want to balance this enormous cost, and by the way, we're not making any revenue off of this. We're losing money. Is this money better spent just putting in good traffic calming, smart signals, left turns at intersections where we know there is extremely dangerous? So I think what I would like, and maybe as Greg Smith said, this is not the day to talk about that. I think, though, if I'm going to want to continue this program, I'm going to want some answers to these questions, because statistics, by the way, can really support any premise that you have. So I haven't felt a good analysis of all these intersections. The other thing I'm concerned about is that these citations of Sacramento tax on a couple of extra fees for people. So every time someone gets one of these citations, Sacramento tacks on some other fees, and it actually ups the price tag for people who have violated this so that Sacramento can make some extra money. I don't know if that's right. I don't think that's fair. So what system are we actually allowing, to get bought into by folks that happen to get these citations? I think those are the questions I'd like to know the answer to.
And Councilmember Hahn, those are very good and appropriate questions. We'll let Deputy Chief Moore respond to the collision history before and after, but we've long held that a combination of engineering, enforcement, educational measures are necessary to address traffic safety. And so while we're implementing a number of traffic safety measures throughout the city, we don't believe that those alone are enough. We believe you need education to inform the drivers and enforcement to put teeth into it.
Thank you, and let me first respond that as to responding to your motion, there have been a couple of reports the department has, in working in concert with the Department of Transportation, have recently provided the City Council in regards to its evaluation of the photo red light program. I would draw your attention to back in November of this last year, we responded to the Controller's audit, some 16 recommendations, a number of findings, and we, in that response, discussed our evaluation of the and recommendation for the continued use of the photo red light program under the current contract. In that, we identified a 62% reduction in photo red light related traffic collisions, an overall.
I know that. I want to know how that compares to other intersections.
What I'm trying to respond is that we did respond to questions as to the instance of where collisions occurred. Secondly, there was a second motion regarding our response to an individual that had made a report relative to the photo red light program and the use of countermeasures and the argument of whether those countermeasures would and should in fact replace the use of the photo red light program. And the department has just recently had that report approved by the Board of Police Commissioners, and it will be forwarded to this body for.
I understand what you're saying, but what I had asked.
Ms. Hahn, you're like 4 minutes over already, so if you push a button again. So I'm sitting in the chair now. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President Smith. Appreciate that. Is this an Arizona-based company?
Yes, sir, it is.
So when we made that decision, did we pay attention to what the directive, the spirit of our resolution?
As walk down memory lane, this contract was approved, Councilman, prior to the resolution and that decision by this board, or by the city council. Then the department...
The contract or the extension?
Then the department returned to this city council and requested an extension, a 10-month extension that expires at the end, the current one, within the end of April 30th. And at that time, the restriction was in place. And
it was or was not?
It was, and the board, and this city council approved the continuation of this contract out of a concern for public safety.
At that moment in time, when I was asked would I support this, I made it very clear that we were not going to put public safety or our citizenry in jeopardy. That was not the intent of the resolution when we were boycotting Arizona. I find out later that we did have options. So my question to you, in 90 days, we stand to spend $750,000 with this extension. Am I accurate?
The vendor cost of this must be considered to be accurate with the revenue that is gained through the issuance of the citations. Over a 90-day period, we'll issue thousands of citations as well.
So Arizona-based company received $750,000 from the city?
Yes. Yes.
Because I was told that we did not have any other option at that point in time.
Councilman,
we talked about other companies.
Councilman, I don't know what other options are you're referring to. We welcome...
Options for this contract.
We welcome the conversation with you or those that are providing that.
I'm asking you the question. Were there other companies that we could have picked that could have done or would have done a good job that was not Arizona-based?
Terry Martin Brown, Assistant City Attorney. Councilmember Reyes, I will just give a brief historical account of this matter in which the former company, our former red light photo company, was Nestor. They went into receivership and the company was purchased by ATS, the current contractor. And this council considered the Arizona resolution and all of the information that was provided by the department, and at that time decided to approve the assignment of our red light photo contract to the purchaser, ATS, our current contractor. And at this point in time, all that we're before this body to do is extend the existing contract with ATS.
I understand that.
For 3 months.
I understand
on a month-to-month basis.
My purpose for this dialogue is that we have 90 days when this contract essentially expires, correct? Because it's an extension.
If the amendment today is approved.
Okay. So now we have 90 days to ensure that the spirit and intent of the resolution on the Arizona boycott is actually honored by our city family. Would that be accurate?
Well...
Are we policymakers?
You certainly are, but I think that...
Are you the city attorney?
I am an assistant city attorney, yes, I am.
And who do you work for?
I work for the city of Los Angeles and the people of Los Angeles.
The policymakers as well, correct?
Yes.
So are we going to have language that reflects the intent of the resolution when we talk about the boycott of Arizona?
I think when the RFP process is underway at the direction of this council...
No, you're not answering the question.
But I'm getting to the answer, if you'll permit me to. And the evaluation process is underway. The proposers have submitted their proposals. That's my understanding from the department. That matter is going to go before the Board of Police Commissioners. It will then be referred to this city council. At that time, this body will have the opportunity to review whether the Arizona resolution is being complied with, whether you choose to waive it for the benefit of the city and because of any additional costs involved.
Let me ask the city family before us. Do we understand the intent and the spirit of the resolution? I'm asking each one of you.
Absolutely.
So in 90 days, are we going to have to go through this process am I having to question whether you took the time to pay attention to the directive of this council?
I think that in 90 days, this council should be looking at the contents of their resolution and how the recommendation of award is presented to this council and deciding what would be in the best interest of this city based on the language of the resolution passed by this council. And that is looking at the cost benefit, whether there's going to be some additional cost to the city, and what would be in the best interest of the city
I
of Los
believe my
Angeles.
message has been clear.
Yes.
I appreciate your answers. I'm trying to approach this in a very professional manner, but when I hear, I've been told that there were other companies other than this one that's Arizona-based that could have been competing for this contract. We had, at a juncture, a pivotal point where we could have said to ourselves, as administrators, as commissioners, are we paying attention to the city's council resolution? And so I'm going to follow this process step by step. You know, Chief, I know you're smirking, you got this funny smile on your face.
In all due respect, Mr. Councilman, in all due respect, I wish to respond to you in a professional manner as well.
Please.
So we, as a member, the members of the Los Angeles Police Department have as a core value integrity in all we say and do. And let me stress to you that it is abundantly clear to each member of the department what this city council means to do with that resolution. And we are taking it extremely seriously, and if you have information that we have somehow shirked in our duties or somehow misdirected this council, sir, certainly I welcome and ask and actually plead with you for that information. I have no such information. I have no understanding that this decision to extend this contract for the 10 months that expires April 30th of this year, that there was any impropriety by any member of the Los Angeles Police Department or any effort to misdirect or ill-direct any member of this council or anyone or this body.
I'm asking you, the facial expressions on your face, you got a peculiar smile, if not a smirk, and I wanted to understand that. So I'm taking this very seriously. If I do get documentation, I will bring it to your attention, but I strongly believe that what this council says, it should be acknowledged, and you should be following the policymaker's directive. That's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Zine, Officer Zine.
Thank you. A couple items. Ms. Hahn, $100 fine. You go to court, the judge says $100. That will cost you $528. So $100 equates to $528 when they tack on all the fees. So the penalties for the drivers are outrageous. One of the concerns I have on this current contract, the statistics that I received, is that 75% of the citations issued for a photo red light are people making right turns on red light. And if that's the case, that to me is not what this program's about. We need to go after the people who are going through red lights, mid-phase red, blazing through red lights 40 feet late. Is it accurate or not that under this current contract, people making right turns on red lights, whether it's 2 miles an hour or 5 miles an hour, are being tagged for $528?
The present use of the photo red light program cites the same offense for a right turn violation through a red light as it does a straight through. As the department responded to the controller's audit in November of this past year, the department is seeking the ability through legislative change that we would hope that this council would support and be supported by the mayor, that would allow us a change in the state law so that we could cite a different offense which would have a more graduated and a lesser charge to the motorist than what's presently out there.
But we have the option, when the officer looks at those citations, the officer has that option to tag this person for $520 or not tag that person for $528. Is that correct?
Presently, the department's instruction to the officers that are witnessing each of these violations is that the violation, the speed of the motorist through that right turn is 10 miles an hour or greater, that there's a conflict with pedestrian or cross traffic that could have resulted in a collision. So there is discretion to the officer to cite or not cite in each instance, and the guidance by the department to the officer in making that decision of citing is, we believe, consistent with it being a substantive offense. Now, again, the department would like the ability to cite a lesser offense, but it presently, upon direction from the city attorney's office, does not have that discretion.
So what you're saying, Chief, is a person makes a right turn at 10 miles an hour is the same fine as someone going through that red light, mid-phase red at 90 miles an hour. It's the same consequence.
Well, I don't know if 90 miles an hour, I think we'd have a
50
reckless
miles an
driving,
hour.
but
30 miles an hour.
Essentially, a straight-through violation is the same charge, same offense as a right turn. And again, as the department has responded earlier, and as has been pointed out, in the next contract, the next iteration of the photo red light program, should there be one, the policymakers of this city also have within its discretion to not use a right turn violation. We, as a department at this point, would not recommend that. We believe that that those offenses do represent a danger to the pedestrian flows, to bicyclists, and to other motorists.
Okay, I'm not going to, I worked motors, as you know, for a long time. I don't advocate breaking the law or going through red lights, whether you're going 5 miles an hour or 10 miles an hour. I just think that it serves a disservice to the public when we're doing something in that manner. And if it's true that overall 75% of the photo red light that we cite are going through on a right turn. The statistics I have, that to me is not a service to the public. I'll be very candid with that. The issue on the driver's license hold, the issue with the court, have we resolved the issue under this contract with the court on the driver's license hold on pursuing these individuals versus you don't pay it, no consequence? Have we resolved that issue on this contract?
The resolution at this point is the court has said that they're unwilling to change their discretion, that they will not apply the administrative sanction that many other locations in the state of California do.
So if I get a photo red light and don't pay it, there's no consequence, so what you're saying?
The consequence is you're cited, you fail to respond to it, the citation is forwarded to a collection agency which sends you a letter demanding payment. In the absence of payment to that, it's my understanding that that is the end of it.
It doesn't go on my record. It doesn't go on my record.
Does not go on your driver's license record, and it is limited to what I've just described, is my understanding.
And the issue of the 32 locations, those locations compared to the major injury and fatal crashes, how do those locations measure up? Where we're putting these and where we're having the major injury and fatal crashes. I know Ms. Hunt has a situation in her district where all these intersections come together. We've paid out a lot of liability. How do we compare that? You mentioned that we haven't had any of these locations. Also mentioned 75% of the times we're making right turns, which oftentimes does not result in a collision. How many of those locations where we had fatal major injury accidents of the 32?
None.
None.
Zero.
Okay, where the 32, let me ask you this. The top 10 intersections for major injury and fatal crashes, how do they compare to this?
How would you go to that?
The top 10 locations for fatal and major injury collisions.
The top 10 locations, none of the 32 intersections that we currently have were identified as the top 32 intersections here in the city.
I understand that, but if we were to go to the city of Los Angeles, 400 plus square miles, and I ask you for the top 10 locations where people are getting killed in crashes or major injury in those crashes, what are those locations?
We're working on preparing a report for you. I've received response.
See, we can queue that up with no problem. We can queue that up from DOT, from the statistics, the analysts. I'm sure there's been a number of people killed so far this year in crashes. So many people injured. We have that information. I don't know what the secret is.
Well, let me respond. We do not. We have the information you're requesting. The matter before this council is the extension of the current contract for 90 days for the existing 32 intersections. If tomorrow the department desired, because we found that 5 locations were posed extreme risks, and we wanted to put a photo red light camera system there, we wouldn't have the ability to move any of those existing 32 systems. The 32 systems that are there are landlocked into those decisions until the expiration of this contract. And what was the next contract? Should there be one? And will identify.
Your time's run out.
We'll identify
the criteria for where they were established. That's the key. Criteria.
The criteria was chosen by the city council, not the police department. Ms. Zine, you know that. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zion. Pull over right now. Thank you very much. At the table here is before us is to extend the contract. In the time that this is extended, John, you're drafting up a new RFP. Is that correct?
We are working with the police department to select a contractor.
And will it be within that time, or you project this possibly to slip again?
No, we expect it to be within this 3-month period.
Correct. And as a professional of nearly 40-plus years of service to the City of Los Angeles and the Department of Traffic, Department of Transportation, you support this program?
Indeed, DOT does.
Great. And the sergeant, who, as a sergeant of police, you support this program?
Yes, I do.
Good. And the deputy chief, who's worked a variety of positions, you support this program?
We support the continuation of extension of this contract for 90 days while we look to the next process and its full evaluation of all the issues that have been identified. Repeatedly, the department is aware of them and is attempting to address them through the evaluation of the next contract.
Right. And Pauline Chan, who is the best neighborhood traffic calming transportation engineer in the city?
I think that we need to support this program in light of the fact that the general consensus is that to combat safety problems, you have to consider all 3 E's: engineering, education, and enforcement.
Great. And over time, do you remember, and this predates the MTA, when all the RTD buses got in accidents? Knock on wood, that doesn't happen. Do you remember there was a cyclical cycle of accidents with the RTD in their buses? Remember there was a cyclical cycle? If that's the wrong word, Janice, stand and correct me. Paul is laughing. He's a UCLA guy, so he knows better. Okay, not you. The situation is, I remember when there were tremendous rear-end collisions. And I think the biggest change, Mr. Fisher, I want to thank you and others, is the countdown on the signals, which, how do you call that professionally?
They're called pedestrian countdown signals.
Pedestrian countdown. Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. You're very good. That has helped people moderate their speed and slow down. I think we have to look at everything, but I want to follow the advice of the city attorney. What's before us is a contract extension. That gives us time to look. Traffic safety is so important. And I will say this, members, there used to be a city engineer who sat where Mr. Zine was. And you could go to that city engineer and you get all the statistical information about public works. We need to have statistical information here to make better judgments. We need to know how many traffic deaths were there in Los Angeles last year. Do we know that, Chief, offhand?
Yes, traffic collision deaths in the city of Los Angeles last year. Well, over 200, but...
Yes, approximately 200 traffic fatalities last year in the city of Los Angeles.
And we should consider that, as you always do, Mr. Rosendahl, in your very thorough committee. Where can we do things to create change to make it safer? Absolutely, people have to slow down. And I would bet, as a Valley representative, partial, the more accidents occur in the Valley because the roads are wider and people drive faster. Is that correct, Mr. Moore? Chief
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Chief Moore? Exactly. Yes. So that handles it. Excuse me, Chief Moore.
No worries.
Okay, so those are some of the facts that I think would be helpful to make the right decision. But now is a decision to extend an existing contract that we're in. Because one day I'd like to see photo, not red light, photo speed. People drive too fast. You put it on Highland Avenue, they go 55, 60 miles an hour between 3rd and Beverly, between 6th and 3rd. Maybe there's photo speed that makes sense because people want traffic calming everywhere, and I think this adds to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange, for not being over. Mr. Koretz.
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Zine made most of the point I intended to make about the right turns. I would like to know statistically when this contract comes back if we can find out how many fatalities involved rolling right turns. My suspicion is that there would be none, but I think we really need that information. And if it turns out there are none, if we could, since we're actually losing money on our violations, I think we should look at removing the right turns from that program. The other question I have is, since again we are losing money and people respond to the threat of a ticket, could we turn some of ours off and on? Can they be dummies some of the time? And so we don't have to write as many tickets, still probably have the same impact by those cameras being there? Is that something we can look at, and is that workable?
At this particular point with the contract, the answer is no. With the next RFP, if it is approved by the city council, there is something that we could look at implementing with that particular photo red light program. But as far as pedestrian fatalities at these intersections, LADOT did a volume count at our 32 intersections, and we said that there was approximately 2 million cars that travel through these intersections on a 24-hour basis. That equates to 64 million cars over a 30-day period. That equates to 760 million cars per year. And since the cameras have been installed, there has been no red light pedestrian fatalities at any 32 intersections.
Now, what I'd like to see is have us look at the rest of the intersections and see if there have been fatalities, either pedestrian or vehicular, relating to rolling red light violations on the right turns. Intuitively, like I said, I would think there would be none, but it could turn out that there were 20 and I'm dead wrong. But if they really aren't having that much of an impact, we clearly didn't implement the program to catch people rolling through red light. So unless we see a unique impact, I think we should look at eliminating that violation.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think most of my concerns have been addressed by my colleagues. I think it makes sense to move forward with a contract extension at this time, although in the course of that next 90 days, as we've all been discussing, I think it's very important for us to have a very thorough data-based discussion on the utility of this program going forward. And I thought Ms. Hahn's points about some of the comparative analysis that we need to do is really important. And it should include, for example, the cost effectiveness of this kind of a program compared with spending that money on enforcement. Actual officers who can move from intersection to intersection rather than having the static hardware that's there. I also would like to see what we can do to enhance the ability of our law enforcement officers to exercise discretion in deciding which offenses are citable and which are not, in the same way that you do in the field. Mm-hmm. You know, when Valley Traffic is watching a rolling right turn, they're not always going to enforce that, obviously, because of limited resources and so on. But it seems like when it's at the camera intersection, those are always going to be enforced, or nearly so. And so I'd like to see if we can find some better balance there. And then the other thing that I think is important is if it's possible for us to have some way that these cameras, I don't know if any vendors provide this, but more mobility. Because the truth is, after a few months, everybody knows where the camera intersections are and which intersections aren't camera intersections. So unless we have dummy cameras, unless we have mobility or something, okay, people aren't going to run through the intersection at Coldwater and Oxnard, but they are at Oxnard and Laurel Canyon. And that's a problem for me. I think to have a really deterrent effect, it needs to be something that isn't going to be isolated to those 33 intersections or whatever the number of intersections it is. And particularly because those intersections weren't selected on a data-driven basis, but they were selected by this council for whatever purposes this council might have had in selecting those intersections, which may or may not have had anything to do with prioritization of real public safety priorities. And so as we move forward, I think, yes, we need to have that data-driven discussion, and part of it needs to also be, where should these things be going? And what does the data show about whether this intersection or another intersection is a better place? Whether a traffic camera or law enforcement officer is a better use of those funds. I think we have to have that discussion. But all that being said, as it's been said, I think pretty thoroughly, I'm prepared to support the contract extension at this time, and Mr. Reyes' points as well. I mean, these are important things that we need to take into account in the RFP process. But that's not what's before us today.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to stand because it's kind of interesting to see a program that is 5 years old now, how it's gotten convoluted as we go forward. I'd just like to ask you on the sense of number of people getting killed in traffic accidents. Is it 200 a year?
This we just looked at my stats, and as of the week ending 12/18 of 2010, the city had 176 fatal collision.
And how many of those are pedestrian?
Just a moment.
Probably 70-something. Generally, we have about 75 to 80 pedestrian fatalities a year.
So the issue of somebody making a right turn against a red light is not only a concern about running the light, it's about the peds walking through an intersection that they may run over.
Exactly.
Is that a concern?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
As well as the bicyclists, that also...
The bicyclist is also...
That is also an interest.
Okay. The other issue I think is important, when this program first came to us, was it ever proposed as a revenue generator?
No. This is, it's my understanding the program was, its efforts are towards traffic safety. Certainly, efficiency in the use of public monies is a large driver for the Department of Transportation as well as LAPD, but it was not, has not been viewed as a revenue generator.
Okay. Was the goal that was offered to the council that the fact that we would save lives in intersection was the primary goal of the program?
Yes. No answer, yes.
Is that a firm yes or a kind of yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And then on the other issue is that as we've gone through this program, was there a view that the red lights were eventually, or the cameras were initially given so many per council district, but within that council district, the intersections that were of most concern?
Yes, it was a qualitative and quantitative, and again, the department's response detailed, including distribution across the city.
So if you put one in the 8th district, it may not be in the top 10 of the city, but it would be a high priority in the 8th district.
Yes.
Was that the game plan? Yes. So every district got a certain number in their highest volume intersections?
Yes.
Okay. And then over time, and every one of those intersections had some traffic collision problems?
Yes.
Okay. Since you put them there, what have you seen has occurred?
Traffic collisions have decreased substantially. Traffic collisions have decreased substantially overall since the cameras have gone up in
So the 32 intersections, traffic collisions have reduced significantly. And what about deaths at those intersections?
There has been 0 fatalities.
So that was the goal you gave us when you brought the program to us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the fact that we have 32 intersections with no deaths and a significant drop in traffic accidents would be viewed as a success for the LAPD?
Yes.
Okay. And then we talked about the program as we move forward, eventually to expand it beyond 32, it would cost more money.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we didn't have the money to do that.
Well, the current contract provides for 32. This next contract would afford the city the opportunity to make a decision to expand it beyond 32 or some other number.
And there was also discussions about dummy cameras and could you move them, and the cost was also cost prohibitive during the initial discussion.
Yes.
Okay. So colleagues, I would just like to say that if you have a program that you're saving lives and it was never set up to create revenue, and it's actually doing that, and is saving pedestrian lives because people don't pick them off in the intersection, I think you have a success. And it was never created for you to count the dollars and say, we made $2 million on red light cameras. It was how many bodies that you didn't have to put in the body bag and take to the morgue. That was the whole purpose of it. And I think if we had 32 intersections that now have less accidents and no fatalities, you should give them an A+ on their productivity, and hopefully on the next go-around, we'll find another 32 intersections that can be, we have this available. And for Mr. Krikorian, one thing we talked about in dealing with whether an officer is less expensive, we took the static approach because the machine and the camera has no pension plan or medical insurance. So therefore, it was a very inexpensive way to stop people from killing each other. And that was the whole purpose of the static display. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Alacon.
Council members, April 30th coming up this weekend and May 1st are the 24th anniversary that my son was killed at the corner of Tahunga and Victory Boulevard. Now, this technology would not have saved his life. But for me, you can have all the data discussions you want. This discussion in my heart is based on whether or not I believe lives will be saved, because I do not want family members to be celebrating that kind of anniversary for the next 24 years. This technology is not perfect, and it won't be perfect if we don't use it, because we will never know how perfect we can make it. The fact that we have competing companies is indication that we can improve this technology, and I believe we will do so. We know that there's some. It's difficult to determine how much credit to give to the extra timing of the yellow light versus this technology as to the reduction in the death rate. Why do we even question that? Let's do both. Let's do both. Let's reduce it even further by expanding the programs. The idea of having this technology that isn't being utilized, I think is ridiculous. If we're going to pay for the thing, let's use it. We either believe in it or we don't. Besides, what people react to in terms of prevention is the flashing light. When you drive through that intersection, it's not just the person that gets the flashing light focused at them. It's all the people around who say, whoa, this is one of those intersections, I'm slowing down, I'm being more careful. It's all of those people. If you turn that machine off, you lose that preventative effect. I hate to personalize this, but and I appreciate the notion of data-driven, but if we use that kind of analysis for everything we did, we wouldn't have libraries open. We wouldn't have there's so many services of the city that are not revenue generating that cost us money. Why? Because one, we want to improve the quality of life for the people of Los Angeles, but we also want to save lives in Los Angeles. Council members, you were elected to be council members, not bean counters. Do your job.
Ms. Hahn, for the second time. Ms. Hahn?
Anybody offended by that? Shouldn't be. No, but what if somebody's an accountant and they were there? I was an accountant.
Thank you. Well, even though this was not about discussing all this stuff, I think it was important that we brought up a lot of the issues that we're concerned about going forward. And again, I would like to, by the next time, get more of this analytical data that compares intersections. And then I think, colleagues, what we want to know going forward is this money, we're losing money on this, but of course, I don't think you can put a price tag on a life that's saved. So any life that is saved through this program, I am grateful for, I'm happy for, and if it in fact is saving lives, then there's no reason we shouldn't do it. But what I want is a better sense of, again, I bring up that intersection that I had, that we were not putting in a left turn signal there because we didn't have the money. And it was a matter of resources, and unfortunately on the back end, we paid out a lot of money in settlements because we had a bad intersection. So I just want, before this council, a better sense of, is this how we want to spend the money? Are there other intersections that might benefit from improved engineering and infrastructure that could also prevent fatalities and bad collisions? So that's all. I would like to see more comparison. And let me just clarify, because you said under this program there were no pedestrian fatalities. It was my understanding that there were no fatalities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I think some of us brought up the idea of the 32 intersections, because it was also my understanding that I remember when the mayor put out the 25 worst intersections, those did not necessarily translate to these 32. So I think a better sense of is a better report back from the department, LAPD and DOT. Do you still feel like these are the right 32 intersections? Would we be better off, when the contract comes up again, expanding it, reducing it? That's kind of what I want, because I think the statistics that I have before me today are they're sort of in a vacuum for me. Yes, there were this many collisions before, now there's this many after, there were this many fatalities before this, but it doesn't really give me a sense of the entire city, all the intersections, and is this the best way to I don't even want to say spend our money, because this is the best way to lose our money if we're going to have a program, and can we do it better? That's all. And I hope you have the resources to give us that analysis when it comes back.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Zine, second time.
Look at that. I gave you 13 seconds.
And I give you credit for what you always from last
Honest, transparent government's what we're supposed to be. And I think we're doing a disservice when we're jamming these people with $520 tickets for going through a right turn or red light. I will be honest with that. 43 years I've been with the LAPD. A motorcycle supervisor and a motorcycle officer, I know traffic inside and out. When people go through a red light, they deserve a citation. When they speed, they deserve a citation. And we can correlate the locations, the deaths and injuries where we install these. And I want to support this 3-month extension. I think this is the 4th time we've asked for an extension on this particular RFP. And I think this will probably be the end of requesting extensions. Somehow, the police department, DOT needs to, with the city attorney, come up with a plan and bring it for this council and public safety. And I remember when this went to public safety, they would put them originally in each council district to make sure there's even distribution. And then we had an issue, let's put them where the major injury and fatals are occurring. That was supposed to be the criteria. I don't know if that is the criteria. That has to be resolved. Secondly, the issue of the court. If the court is not going to have consequences for people going through the red light and getting the citation, send the collection agency is a joke, because there's no consequences. If the court doesn't come online, then I think we're going to have a serious problem showing honesty and transparency with this particular program. Because you can tell your constituents, don't pay it, there's no consequences, which really takes the criminal justice system and throws it out the window. We need to have effective criminal justice system, and if it's a $520 ticket, you get a couple tickets a year, and some people do, that's a very expensive issue on families. So if we want to take the right turn out and say you're going 20 miles in the right turn, and how many people have been killed with that, and I will show from my statistics, and I used to teach motor school and traffic school and everything else, very few people are getting killed by people making right turns on red lights. Very, very few. And when a pedestrian gets killed, it's normally crossing mid-block at night, and they get taken out and killed because they're not paying attention and the motorist doesn't see them. So I'm going to support this reluctantly, but when you folks come back with this RFP, we better have those issues resolved. And one of the big issues is the courts need to get involved. And if they're not going to get involved and wash their hands of it, then I will tell you, I, for one, am not going to bluff the public and play games with the public and money out of their pocket and threatening and intimidating them. We never bluff. We do what's right. We do what's legal. We do what's appropriate. And that's what this program needs to prove. And I don't think it's proven it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Krikorian, second time.
Just briefly, Mr. President, thank you. I've devoted a considerable amount of my public service life working on traffic safety issues and pedestrian safety and bicyclist safety. I was very proud of had to have Mr. Alarcon's support of legislation I worked on in Sacramento, and proud to stand with him in his strong leadership on this issue. My point is not one of revenues. My point is, how do we use the money that we have to save the most lives, not to generate revenues? How do we use data so that we can save the most lives? Maybe this is the right program, maybe it's not. We won't know until we do the RFP and get the results back, till we hear the report back. And Mr. Parks, I appreciate your review of the history of this and what was believed to be the case when this was initiated. But now we have the benefit of experience, and now we have the ability to look at the results and see whether our money was best spent with these results, or whether it would be better spent supplementing the force, putting up some more traffic calming measures, putting up speed cameras, speed radar devices, all of those sorts of things. All I'm saying is, I don't know whether this is the most effective way to do what we all agree should be done, which is reducing the number of pedestrian and traffic fatalities. I didn't mean to get into that, because I thought we started this dialogue by saying this is not the time to be reviewing the results, and that we'll have the opportunity to do that, as Mr. Smith reminds us, in 90 days. But I think it's frankly a little disingenuous for us to sit here and talk about the great results that we've had at these intersections when we've all agreed that we don't have the data to compare with other intersections. We don't have the ability to say what the fatalities have been at the next 10 most important intersections. We have to have that discussion, not as a matter of bean counting, Mr. Alarcon, but as a matter of public safety, to determine whether our dollars are being spent most effectively to save lives. I think that's what we all agree needs to be done. All I'm suggesting is let's use the next 90 days to ensure that that is done.
Thank you, Mr. Corrin. Mr. Corretz, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'd like to actually add a more accurate reflection of the history of red light cameras, because one of my good friends actually had the concession for most of the red light cameras in the early days, and I remember the history. And I also dealt with this in another city that approved red light cameras. The fact is, red light cameras were instituted because they were a money maker. When they were first implemented, the deal was the company provided the equipment, they paid for themselves back out of the tickets. So you got free enforcement and you couldn't lose money. You had to make money. The law changed, so we can't do that anymore. So now it's a money loser. But the reason this came into being and the reason it became acceptable was it was a money maker at the same time. We've never actually gone back and said, well, now that the law is unfavorable, now that it costs us money, are there better choices? And it may well be that changing the signal timing and letting all 4 directions be red for a second or a second and a half, if you went and took 32 of the next worst intersections and tried that instead, rather than writing all these expensive tickets and losing money, it might well prove that you have no fatalities at those intersections after a year of testing. We haven't looked at alternatives. We've just said, okay, we're using this, let's renew it. We've had some success with it. Well, we have had some success, but it's not necessarily any better than other things we could do without all the complications, without our residents paying $600 a ticket. You might well be able to have the same success in another way. So I hope that we don't blindly just renew this whole concept after this 90-day renewal. Let's give this a little more thought, and let's not view it out of context. This was done by cities because it was free and it was a moneymaker. It was not done because they looked at it and said, we're going to lose money, but let's do it anyway because it might work. It's just not the accurate history.
Mr. Reyes.
At the end of 90 days, there's going to be an RFP if this evolves the way we are predicting, correct? There will be an RFP at the end of 90 days.
Well, the department is currently evaluating the 3 proposals, and determination by the chief has not been made as to what action to take following that evaluation. So it is expected that the department's decision will be brought before the Board of Police Commissioners and forwarded to the City Council for action. But and we expect that to happen within 90 days.
So 90 days we'll have 3 companies.
No, the department's report as to its evaluation of the RFP process, which had 3 vendors
Proposals.
that provided proposals.
What is the value of that contract, that RFP? What are we talking about in terms of dollars?
Oh, that's as far as the annual cost for the vendors, if you will.
Yeah, what do they stand to gain?
What's the evaluation?
Well, it was based on a 3 or a 15-year, or excuse me, a 3-year or 5-year contract. 5-year contract, which is what we currently have now, is a $15 million contract.
It's a $15 million contract.
Yes, sir.
So my assumptions are that this process will reflect, and I'll end with this, that we do not support $15 million going to Arizona.
The department is, again, absolutely mindful and will absolutely honor this council's direction regarding any business with the state of Arizona or entities therein, and also mindful of the conditions in which we're to look and evaluate any business ownership or operation from Arizona, because it's not without exception.
We will work with the city attorney to define that. I understand the ambiguity. What I've been told that occurred were statements like, the ordinance is not written yet, we don't have a definition for this, this, and this. I will work hard to create that clarity so that we support the intent and the spirit of the resolution. So I appreciate your cooperation in that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Just, colleagues, I know there's others on the queue. If we could just indulge the public so we could hear their comments before we continue to respond, I would appreciate if we have that moment. Thank you. I want to hear from them.
There's been a public hearing on this. It's not necessarily, are you moving them for a public hearing? Is there any objection to a public hearing? Seeing no objections, then we'll go to a public.
We'll come back.
Okay, so there's no objections to the public hearing? All right, we'll take the, and first speaker would be Mr. Sherman Ellison. Sherman Ellison. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 cards, but I ask you to pay attention to the fact this is about a contract extension, not about photo red light.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Zine, if you're still here, I wanted to thank you for the Z Awards last week at the Marriott, which were a public safety-oriented presentation. It's my understanding, I'm a criminal defense lawyer that does traffic ticket defense. Personally, I believe that the delay for getting a contract with the city is sort of like a strange discussion for me here. It seems like if we knew the contract was being going to expire April 30th, this would have been happening months earlier instead of seeking extensions. Nonetheless, what's surprising to me is in this council to hear this controversy over the photo red light traffic contract. This is sort of like it's awkward that this is sort of like a last minute thing that you folks are being asked to extend. Nonetheless, public safety is the public policy component of this council. Public safety, as has been mentioned by a number of council members, simply enlarging the yellow change interval by a second, let's say, instead of a 3.6, make it a 4.6 yellow, and instead of the cross traffic having to get a green light, delay it 2 seconds so that there isn't this conflict. If one were really to look at the accident records of these collisions at intersections where they are photo enforced, it wouldn't be one that happened within the first 1 or 2 seconds of the light turning red. It would be something that would be 5 or 10 or 20 seconds. So the photo red light scenario had nothing to do with the preventing an accident at these intersections. I think looking at the timing of the accident will have a factor in you discerning whether or not public safety is really being met by the automated enforcement system. I know I'm arguing against my economic interests. I would like to see no photo enforcement in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Bieber.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jay Bieber. I'm the Executive Director of Safer Streets LA. I'm also a member of the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council, and I'm also on the Safety Committee there. I'd like to address just a couple of issues really quick that were brought up. Councilmember Koretz is exactly right. The problem with the way that these cameras were instituted was they decided in advance they wanted the cameras, then they looked at the intersections where they had the problems, then they changed the signal timing, which is exactly what should have been done, but they didn't wait to see whether the intersections were any safer. So then you put these cameras there, you may not have needed them there, which is why we oppose the extension of the contract. These intersections are safer, there were no fatalities there, and part of the reason is because of the excellent job that the DOT did. The other question is, as far as how many fatalities there are, the question is that there were no fatalities at 4,536 other signalized intersections during the same period of time. Those fatalities do not cluster at the same intersections year after year. So you're not going to find an intersection that had a fatality and that had it year after year after year, unless you have an engineering problem. If you have a problem at an intersection, you have an engineering problem. You do not have a scofflaw problem. The other issue is a question of the rolling right turns. There are 0 fatalities caused by rolling right turns for any of the 8 years that we studied from 2002 to 2009. As far as the top 10 locations, as far as what we have a problem, I got a list right here of what intersections you have problems at. And these are because the signal timing is not appropriate there. It's not the DOT's problem because they can't go out and look at every intersection. Somebody needs to go and look at these intersections, see where do we have a problem, and then ask the DOT to make the signal timing changes that are necessary. Going forward, I have devoted an entire year of my life to this issue, and I would ask the opportunity in the Public Safety Committee and also here in Council to present our findings and answer your questions, because I can answer any questions that you have about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bieber. And by the way, that hearing was held a week ago in the Public Safety Committee. You had an opportunity to speak.
I was out of town and told this would not be discussed at that time.
All right. Well, you did have an opportunity to speak at that. Next be Eric Larson.
I didn't catch your name.
Hi, my name is Eric Larson. I'm a resident of Sunland, and I work in the Los Angeles area. I guess, just as a citizen, having a machine decide that you pay $500 for a traffic ticket in an area that doesn't necessarily work for us as citizens, when it is the red light timing that is kind of the key issue. The red light cameras were installed at the same time as the red light timing was changed. A lot of what I wanted to say was already said by council members and by the other speakers, so I just want to put my voice in against the red light cameras extension.
Thank you. Stacy Zimmerman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Zimmerman, and I'm here today to oppose the contract extension. First, it should be noted that the vast majority of straight-through violations that occur at photo red light intersections are due to the yellow time not being set to the actual speed of traffic. If the city is concerned about reducing violations at photo red light intersections, a cheap and immediate solution would be to increase the yellow light time by about a half a second rather than extending the red light camera contract. With that change, the city is virtually assured to see a significant reduction in straight-through violations overnight. We know this because in every study where the yellow time has been increased beyond the required minimum, violations have been drastically reduced. In Loma Linda, the city saw a 92% reduction in violations the very day they lengthened their yellow light times by 1 second beyond the minimum time. In San Diego, there was a 55% reduction in violations when the yellow time was increased by a half a second. Most drivers do not need their behavior modified. Drivers simply need to be given enough time to stop. Once the majority of straight-through violations have been eliminated with this timing change, an even larger majority of citations from the camera program would be for rolling right turns. Currently, rolling right turn citations make up an average of 75% of the red light camera tickets and as much as 97% at some intersection approaches. It has been proven that rolling right turns rarely, if ever, cause accidents, and devoting millions of dollars to an enforcement program to change this behavior makes no financial sense. Even if the city were able to completely eliminate all rolling right turns, there would be no measurable impact on public safety. Furthermore, the red light camera program is obviously having no impact on driver behavior since violations haven't significantly decreased for even a decade of this law enforcement. I therefore urge you to vote no on the contract extension.
Thank you very much. And Arnold Sachs from Lennox. Mr. Sachs? Okay. That closes the public hearing. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask Sharon Slow to come up? I think it's important that we identify what we've done here in the city, and I think Sharon said on the task force, and I think one of the things, just as we keep recreating history, at least in this city, these programs, as long as I've been here, in my judgment, were never set up for revenue. I think after San Diego and the scandal there, it created a number of state laws, but not here in the city of L.A. And so I think that's what we consider the history in L.A. But why don't you tell us how this program got involved?
Yes, Mr. Parks. I believe the program was first assessed for implementation in the city back in the late 1990s, early 2000. And I can say that during that period of time, the intention of this program was for public safety purposes. It was never intended to be a moneymaker, so to speak. So with regard to how it was implemented in the city was for the purposes of public safety. It initially started with 16 intersections with the original vendor. It was originally anticipated to expand to 32 intersections. And I don't believe that happened until much later in the contract. There were some growing pains with regard to technology, But with regard to the city of LA, it was always intended for public safety purposes and not for the purposes of generating revenue.
And then let me ask Chief Moore, on these $500 tickets that everyone's talking about, who creates that and why is it so high?
Well, it's a consequence of state legislators as well as the courts. The City of Los Angeles actually plays no role in determining the appropriate or what the fine will be.
Okay, and also, do we have a figure of how much we get of that fine?
It's approximately $175, I think.
The city receives, out of $476, the city receives $148.37.
148 out of how much?
Out of $476.
So those penalty assessments and all those things done by the state legislature is what adds to those dynamics?
Yes, the base fine of a federal light citation is $100.
Okay, and then, and again, Sharon, when you were involved in the task force, was it a decision made by the city that when these cameras were put in at certain locations that they were permanent, that they didn't have the ability with the engineering to move them around the city?
Originally, it was intended that these intersections would be moved around, primarily because there was a theory that if they were there too long, that people would actually start complying with not running through the red lights, and so there was some thought given to moving those intersections around. Originally, in terms of how they were selected, there was a joint effort by LAPD and Department of Transportation, and basically what they looked at were the most dangerous intersections, also bearing in mind, which ones did tend to generate or have the most red light violations. So there was a collaborative effort between the two departments at that time to select the intersections, and I don't know if they're actually moving the intersections now, but there is a cost associated with that. Any time that you construct a new intersection, Department of Transportation does incur costs to install, and so that actually kind of eats into the cost and actually increases the cost of the program, given the fact that the last few years with the state law changes, which required, essentially what happened was, it used to be originally the revenues that the city got were actually, or paid to the vendor, were percentage-based. The vendor was able to earn a percentage of the red light revenues that they collected. And that's where the state law changed, and that prevented them from earning a percentage, and so that's when it went to a flat rate. And when it went to the flat rate is essentially when the costs started going up for the city, and therefore it was more of a wash in terms of cost versus expenditures. So yes, it was intended to move around, and so that's a little bit of history in terms of why the costs have gone up over the years.
Does anyone at the table give us an idea of what it costs to install these cameras?
Well, I think just one intersection for the design and construction cost. For the design and construction cost for LADOT was approximately $80,000. That didn't include another $100,000 for the photovoltaic contractors to come back and install their equipment.
So it was close to $100,000 per intersection?
$200,000.
$200,000 per intersection? Yes. And so I think that was came into play as to why the flexibility of moving them became less of a priority.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. LaBonge.
I call for the question, even though I had a good speech. I want to be a fine city, not a fine city.
Question is called for.
I want to be fine, like nice. Okay, y'all call the
question. Question is
question.
called for. Are there any objections to ceasing debate? Seeing. Okay, so Ms. Hahn, you're the next and only speaker on this.
Ms. Hahn has an objection?
Yeah. Okay, then we'll take a vote on calling for the question. Okay. On calling for the question, all in favor, push your aye button. Okay,
You didn't ask me, so if you ask
close the roll.
Withdraw.
Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
That passes. Thank you very much. Now we're going to the final vote on the matter. On the matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 3 noes.
That passes. Thank you very much. We have a request for item number 37 to be called next, so if there's no objection, item 37.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 37, called special for Councilmember Zine.
All right. Mr. Chair, this item is going to show support for Senate Bill 829 if amended. And if I can get the representatives from law enforcement and the Reserve Foundation to come forward to the center table, please. Lieutenant and your compadres. This bill is going to allow qualified retired reserve Los Angeles police officers to carry a concealed weapon. Intent of the bill is to provide reserve officers the same protection upon retirement of those granted to full-time officers. And the 2004 Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act was passed providing that active and retired law enforcement officers be exempt from state laws prohibiting the carrying of concealable handguns. In 2010, Senate Bill 1132 was passed, which amended the Law Enforcement Act to expand the definition of a qualified retired law enforcement officer to include retired reserve officers. Change provided retired reserve officers with the ability to receive an endorsement to carry CCW. However, California law was not amended to conform with this federal law, and that is going to hopefully be done by Assembly Bill 829. And Lieutenant, if you can take it from there and explain to this council, along with our reserve coordinator, you are the reserve coordinator for LAPD, along with Howard Eckling, who is a reserve officer with 20-plus years of service, why this is necessary for us to support this.
Well, I think currently the reserve officers who end up with the exact same training as a full-time officer by the time they reach level 1 is not allowed to carry a concealed weapon after retirement, which is afforded to every other law enforcement person in the state. I think that's a little bit, it doesn't follow that we would exclude that group.
And reserve officers make arrests, reserve officers go to court, reserve officers are subject to the same activities, responsibilities as full-time officers.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Eckling, if you could cite as a reserve officer, how many years and your interest in this? Can you put the microphone closer to you so we can hear you?
Today I'm the California Reserve.
Can we get the mic on over there?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here today, Mr. Zine, on behalf of the California Reserve Peace Officers Association, which is the sponsor of AB 829. The fact is that I have been a reserve police officer for nearly 27 years. And as Lieutenant Herron points out, level 1 and level 2 reserve officers do basically the same thing as full-time peace officers. They're engaged in general law enforcement, encounter the same bad people the full-time cops do from time to time, and really have the same basic reasons for carrying concealed weapons upon leaving city service as do full-time officers. We view this bill as a public safety measure because sometimes retired police officers come upon bad things happening. Last month, a retired Burbank cop shot and killed an armed robbery suspect when he observed him in the process of brutally beating a McDonald's restaurant clerk. Second, it's an officer safety issue because sometimes reserve cops, just as full-time cops, come upon people that they have made unhappy working as reserve officer, and that can lead to untoward consequences for them. The most important issue in terms of the legality of this measure at the present time is that federal law has already extended this benefit to full-time officers and to reserve officers, whether retired or not. And what this bill does in reality is conform the state law to the requirements of federal legislation that was Senate Bill 1132, introduced last year by Senator Patrick Leahy and signed by the President of the United States on October 10th, 2010. The problem is that California law is kind of vague and conflicting as to who gets to do what, and the measure that we've written brings all that together in conformance with federal law, and we are hopeful that this council will urge its adoption and that eventually the legislature will indeed adopt.
Is this more of a clarification of California state law to conform with federal?
It is clarification to a great extent because we're doing in this bill what the feds have already done, and it avoids having local law enforcement people point to a state statute that may conflict with a federal law about which the local officer may have little, if any, knowledge.
And how many years would an officer, reserve officer, be retired before he's eligible for this?
20 years to be eligible, and that's the same length of time as is required for full-time officers to serve before they can retire under the city's pension plan.
So if a regular police officer does 10 years and leaves, he or she's not eligible to have a CCW, that would apply after 20 years of service?
That's correct. Under the city's pension plan, that's correct.
And that's under the discretion of the chief of police who issues that CCW to the retired members?
Well, the chief issues the CCW to retired full-time, and we're suggesting that the same thing be true for reserves, but the chief also has the power to withdraw that in the case of officers whom the chief deems to be unsuitable for having concealed weapon. In other words, and we've also written into this bill, and the same thing applies to full-time officers, that retired officers who are otherwise excluded under state law from having weapons in their possession are not entitled to the CCW endorsement. Existing law prohibits a whole group of people from having concealed weapons, for instance, 5150 mental types, persons convicted of felonies, things of that nature. Officers who retire and who fall into any of the categories that are already prohibited would not get the CCW endorsement.
So you do 20 years or 20-plus years of service as a reserve officer, and then you retire, and you would be able to have that same ability that you have now as a reserve officer, because if you're a reserve officer now, you can have that weapon on or off duty as
That's true for Level 1 and Level 2 reserve officers who do general law enforcement, which is defined in state law, basically out arresting people and handling radio calls of that nature.
And Lieutenant, how many reserve officers are there in the LAPD?
400.
So 400. And out of that, how many would fall in this category, Level 1 and Level 2?
I believe that would be in the area of 240.
So when they do 20-plus years, then they would be eligible for this. It would conform with the state law that is, I understand, in Sacramento today for a vote?
Yes, sir.
And
with the exception that one, I believe, is a 15-year allowance, when we would like that amended to a 20-year to conform with our full-time officers.
So the state is looking for a 15-year retirement. We're looking for a 20-year. So if a citizen comes forward, goes to the Reserve Academy, becomes a reserve Level 1 or Level 2, does 20-plus years of service, they will have that benefit at the discretion of the chief of police if the chief deems that's necessary and appropriate.
Yes, sir.
We're actually going to amend the bill. It's not, the state hasn't suggested 15 years. It's CRPOA that's drafted it, and we're going to amend it under any circumstances to require 20 years of service for reserve to have this.
Okay, so, and the chief of police supports this, the police commission supports this within the Los Angeles Police Department?
I haven't heard anything to the contrary now.
Okay. Howard Declan, have you heard anything?
No, I haven't.
Okay, the sheriff of Los Angeles County support this also?
Sheriff of Los Angeles County affords this benefit to retired reserve deputies. I'm not certain that the sheriff has taken a position on this particular bill, but the sheriff already does it on his own.
Okay. So, colleagues, I would request that we would grant this, support this Assembly Bill 829 to afford this protection to those individuals who come forward and become Level 1 to Level 2 reserve officers, donating thousands of hours of their time and personal risk to protection of the people of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much. Before I make my remarks, please welcome on behalf of Councilman Herb Wesson, the Romans of Los Angeles High School AP Government Studies class. Give them a big hand right there. Kevin Gwynn's their great teacher right there. Good students from the oldest high school in Los Angeles, which was built out at Olympic at Rimpaw in 1918. And when they built it, they thought it was too far out of town. And that's how it is. But a beautiful school that it is. Please be seated and welcome the great students. So the police department supports this. Former Chief Parks supports this. So I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas for some, Cardenas.
Yes, I'm sorry if I missed the clarification, but what's the significance of the 20 years? Why not 19, 22, 40 years? I mean, what's the significance of 20?
Currently, for a full-time officer to retire with the CCW approved by the chief of police, you have to do a minimum of 20 years. That would be an equity issue if we were giving less time than that to a reserve officer who has like training and like experience. It makes sense.
Now, when it comes to an officer, say an officer with LAPD has been serving for 20 years and their 20 years are coming up next year, and you have a reserve officer that's been with LAPD for 20 years, say they started on the same day, one as a reserve, one coming out of the academy. What's the difference in training and ongoing requirements for an officer versus a reserve officer doing those 20 years? Pretty much, what's the difference, if any?
There's no difference. In fact, they both have to go through the same amount of academy time. They both have the same amount of post-training, which is 24 hours every 2 years. They must attend to maintain their peace officer status within the state.
Okay. So basically, it is, to a certain degree, a like for like when it comes to the person's training and experience that leads up to looking back after 20 years, they have enough experience for us to consider them as this bill would like us to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're a reserve officer, sir?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a reserve officer?
27 years this October.
27 years. So if you were to retire as a reserve officer right now, according to the state of California, you're not afforded this right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is a new right that reserve officers would get in California?
Under state law, that's correct. And let me address the training issue. In this city in particular, the number of hours that reserve officers receive by way of training in the Los Angeles Police Academy exceeds by about 50% the number of, let me go to 40% just to be on the safe side, the number of hours that the state law requires a full-time officer to be trained throughout the state. So LAPD trains our full-time officers greater than post requirements, and the reserves likewise. It's about 1,000 hours of academy training, followed by, as we've indicated, 20 years of service.
Okay. I think it's important that Mr. Smith and Mr. Zine make sure you hear what I have to say, because a lot of times we will support these kinds of resolutions on a bill, be it federal or state or what have you, if amended. And I would just like to say I could support it if it were amended to say if you didn't serve on the city council and you were a reserve officer, you're exempt from this. No need to second it. I'll remove that myself. Thank you.
I think either one of those two councilmen might also exclude lawyers, which
Well, police chiefs can always.
Police chiefs do.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of clarifications. A Level 2 reserve officer must operate under the supervision of an active officer. Is that correct?
With another exception, a Level 1 reserve officer can also work with that person.
I'm sorry?
Level 1 reserve officer can also work with a Level 2.
Okay,
And
but that's the distinction between a Level 1 and a Level 2. Level 1 doesn't require supervision. Level 2 must operate under supervision of either a reserve officer or an active duty.
To go out and do general law enforcement duties, yes,
okay. But is it true that the firearms training for Level 1 and Level 2 is the same?
Yes, it is. They go out with a firearm or equally as trained as well as I am.
Okay. Now, I know that this bill expands the definition of honorably retired reserve officer. How is that? What is the expansion of that definition? Is it just to change the issue of separated from service versus retired?
Yes, it's not the expansion of their position. It's the expansion of the CCW privilege to them upon leaving service.
That comes about, Mr. Krikorian, because of the state decision that interpreted, a state appellate court decision that interpreted state law, because state law talks about retirement. You or I could discuss what the word retirement means to you or me or us. I looked it up in a dictionary, which I received in the Los Angeles Police Academy, and it defines retirement as separated from service. But the state court...
Well, the point that I'm getting at, though, is it doesn't expand, it doesn't eliminate any exclusions from who would be considered to be honorably separated from service,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
So anybody who would be an unauthorized person would still be unauthorized under this law?
That's correct. The only change is that it would not require a pension. State law, the state court determined that the word retirement implied a pension.
Okay, and just, you know, I used to serve on the board of Legal Community Against Gun Violence, which is one of the groups in opposition to this, but I think that this is a good change. I happen to represent the district in which that Burbank reserve officer stopped a crime in progress. in exactly this kind of a circumstance, and I think that this is a reasonable change in the law to make. And Mr. Zine, in response to your question about the sheriff, I don't know about the sheriff himself, but the California Police Chiefs Association, the Association for Los Angeles Deputy Sheriffs, the California Reserve Peace Officers Association, the Probation, Parole, and Correctional Association, and the Narcotics Officers Association all are in support of this bill, and I think we should join them.
Thank you. Mr. Zine to close.
Yeah, I just wanted to close with a comment. Last week I was in the city of Pasadena walking down Colorado Boulevard doing some shopping, and an individual I've had encounters with stepped beside me. This was a night in Pasadena where they were doing this open carry, where they were carrying weapons without bullets, walking down Colorado Boulevard. And it just happened, this individual who has created some issues in my district and your district also happened to be one of the individuals doing that who confronted me. And his comment, "Are you packing?" I said, "Yes, I am packing." And I don't know if it was a threat or anything, but I was in another city in plain clothes walking down the street. Officers are recognizable when they're reserve officers. Mr. Howard Eckling is an attorney, 27 years experience, and I think giving this opportunity to these people who donated at least 20 years of their life to the city of Los Angeles, it's an appropriate. Doesn't cost the city anything. There's no liability involved. And as you illustrated in the McDonald's in Burbank, it was a retired officer reserve who brought that situation to a successful conclusion for the potential victims. And I encourage all my colleagues to support this. We're against gun violence, but we're also for protection for people when they're accosted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. That concludes the speaker queue. We'll proceed to vote. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank
That
you.
passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item 9, called special by Councilmember Weezer. Motion has been circulated.
Mr. Weezer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Simply, this is an item that came to our attention. It was on the council's agenda. We've since gone back and spoken to the applicant for this public convenience or necessity, and we asked them for reduction in the amount of floor space and a reduction in hours of operation to continue the operation that's existed there for 25 years. The senior lead officer has mentioned, too, there are no problems with this site. We just wanted to reduce the amount of floor area and hours of operation for more safety reasons in the area. Just a small amendment to this item. Thank you.
Okay, there are no other speakers on the queue. Please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Parks has suggested that 16 and 17 go ahead. He's removing his special call, so those will go forward. We need to vote on those, 16 and 17. Please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That passes. Those pass. Next item.
Item 11, called special by Councilmember Krikorian.
Okay. Yes. We understand the city attorney says we need to take this back to committee. There's some irregularity in the way it was posted. Is that correct?
Yes, out of an abundance of caution, this matter, item number 11, should be referred back to committee so that it could be
11 will refer back to
re-agendized.
committee unless there's an objection. Seeing none. Next item.
Item 18, called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Mr. Alarcon, number 18.
Council members, this item is related to an RFQ having to do with the city's bond business. And the reason I raise this as a special is merely, first of all, to acknowledge the CAO for including language that considers corporate citizenship. Mr. Parks is well aware, and the council, by virtue of many discussions that Mr. Parks and I have stimulated, aware that there are many national banks that have literally ripped us off, and we are in pending litigation currently, and we're concerned that we are continuing to do business with these multinational, sometimes corporations and national corporations that are ripping us off, and in the case of swap deals, flaunting their illegal actions at us by virtue of not helping us to determine how much they ripped us off. So I want to thank the CAO for including corporate citizenship, but I also want to remind the CAO and the council, that we're expecting that in the final recommendations that we list those corporations that should be ineligible from competing because they are ripping us off. They should not be included in these bids, and so there is no specific reference to that reality, and I'm just wondering if what the CAO was going to do about that. Are we still going to do business with people that are stealing millions of dollars from the city of Los Angeles?
Allegedly and what?
No, it's not alleged. This is found in the court.
Natalie Brill from the CAO's office. The city has a underwriter list right now, and we're going out to RFQ for a new list. And my understanding is that there is a pending lawsuit, but the city attorney, and they can address this better than I can, has said that it's okay for us to do business with them. So.
No, I'm not talking about the pending lawsuit. I'm talking about the swap deals where they have been determined by federal courts to have ripped off municipalities. And I'm saying that if we know of a company that has been found to have ripped us off, are we still going to allow them to be eligible for our bond business?
I think that's a question for the city attorney's office.
Okay. City attorney?
Mr. Alicante, this is a note and file item. Our attorney was not intending to have any questions on this matter. If it's possible, it could be put over a day or a week.
Okay, then I ask that we put this over a day, given the late hour, and I really would like to get an answer to that question.
Let me make a feeble attempt to answer. That we went through that in committee, and basically what was brought up in addition to putting this list together at RP was that there are certain banks, in fact, all of the major banks are part of the litigation and having some difficulty. But there are certain areas such as when we go out for the large offerings, by the capacity alone, our letters of credit, I don't think you can avoid some of the big banks that we might have difficulty with. But we do have the ability, once the list comes back, to make decisions as we've made over the last year to ensure on the smaller deals who gets that money or that business. The other side of it is, as was brought up in committee, one bank that clearly is involved in some of these issues actually is the city's banker. And so the key is, how do you avoid all the big banks who are part of this? And some of the underwriting big banks do not have commercial side of business. So we're walking that fine line, but once they get the bench fixed and deals come forward, we have the ability to look at each deal and decide what those combinations are. But I think when we get to the TRAN for $1.4 billion, or we get the letters of credit that are very large, I don't think you can avoid the big banks, even though they may not have a good track record on other issues. But we can hold it to tomorrow and let the city attorney, but that's my understanding.
I still would like to hold it over and have those questions addressed.
The swaps that you were talking about, the city currently has 2 swaps on wastewater, and neither one of those swaps have been found to be illegal. They're contractual.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those. But if we can hold this over one day.
You're talking about credit swaps.
Thank you.
Yeah, the treasurer's office can probably, if you're talking about the guaranteed investment contracts, that would be the treasurer's office.
Yeah, no, I think he's talking about credit swaps at the banks, that's a different issue. So the note is being held over
We don't have
until
any
tomorrow.
credit swaps.
Manager, you want this held over till tomorrow? One day, that'll be the order then. Next item.
Call special for cards.
Okay, we have a special on the cards on number 26. There's been a public hearing on. Is anyone wishing to call the one item? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. We'll vote on number 26. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That passes. Next item.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those motions shall be posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Council President Garcetti requests to arrive at 10:30 a.m. on April 27th for city business and to be excused on June 7th, 8th, and 10th for personal business, and that meets council policy.
He is excused.
Councilmember Zine requests to leave by 11:30 a.m. on June 1st for city business, and that meets council policy.
Mr. Zine is excused.
That clears the desk.
That clears the desk. Madam of the council, anyone wishing to make any public announcements?
Oh, yes. Announcement, Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead,
Thank you very much. This is not an adjournment, but I just wanted to let everybody know that my chief of staff, Jose Cornejo, is in Sacramento, and this morning his father passed away. And again, this is not an adjournment. This is just an announcement, and I will apprise our colleagues of the services as they come up and let you know, and then we will appropriately adjourn in Jose Cornejo's father's memory. And in the meantime, if you could please hold Jose Cornejo, my chief of staff, and his family in your prayers. And his father just passed away this morning, and he was with him as he was in Sacramento for about the last week, and the end was near, and they knew it, so he was spending time with his father. So I appreciate your indulgence, and again, this is not an adjournment, but we will adjourn in his memory at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carnes, and please pass along our condolences to the family. Mr. Alarcon.
Just want to announce that the Jobs and Business Development Committee will meet in approximately 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Corian. Any other announcements? Mr.
Question, if I could here. And I know members were near the end of our meeting. This group was here, and there's one person who wanted to speak. Can we have a public comment just from this one person? Because this group did not realize we completed our agenda, and I don't know.
On what?
Just a general public comment as opposed to recalling 26.
You have to make a motion to do that if you wish.
I understand, but all these people came down here, and I didn't know. Just a general public comment.
Just make a motion.
Okay. I move general public comment.
Reopen public comment.
Okay.
There are no objections to reopen public
I'll do
comment?
it for anybody.
Seeing no objection to open public comments, so go right ahead. Please fill out a white card for our records.
I will. Thank you. David Kirsch with the Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee. We are here before for the other item. We have concerns about the lease with Delta Terminal 5. LAX has not been responsive to the issues we have presented related to the TSA-funded baggage screening work at Delta Terminal 5 and the payment of prevailing wages for this work. This work is done by millwrights, which are part of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. This is work funded by our tax dollars and administered by a public agency. There is case law that indicates this work is covered by prevailing wage, and it was covered by prevailing wage in the past. As a result, there's an out-of-state contractor using untrained workers that they are picking up from the street and paying them below area standards. Our union contractors cannot compete for this work. A report last week lauded the LAX generates 40,000 local jobs as part of its modernization program. These are good-paying jobs that are part of the project labor agreement and that we are participating. However, while we are very pleased about that data, there seems to be an unconscionable exception with the work for this publicly funded baggage screening work at the airport. And I want to stress this is not an issue just with the Delta project, but this is with all the upcoming baggage screening work. It's going to make it that our contractors, our union contractors, cannot compete, our workers cannot do this work, and you're going to have untrained workers. This is prevailing wage work. It's always been prevailing wage work, and LAWA has not been receptive to our concerns regarding that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've now lost our quorum, so the meeting is adjourned.
Comment. Thank you.
Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
Get the message? Be prepared.
What if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed today.
Hi, this is Carretero Family.
We are from East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights. You're watching Channel 35, our city, our channel!
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, April 26, 2011. This is a regular meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect Commissioners Max, Scobin, Druyan, and Wang Yang are present, and we have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll begin as we usually do, calling upon my colleagues, any comments that you may have. Mr. Scobin?
None today, thank you.
None for me. Mr. Yang?
None.
Okay. Report of the Chief of Police, Chief Beck, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. You know, some weekends the police chief's job is not very fun, and this was one of them. One of our young officers, 23-year-old Jose Cruz Deonce, working Southwest, was killed in a single vehicle traffic accident. I visited with the parents Saturday morning. He was at the beginning of his career, but he'd wanted to be a Los Angeles police officer for much of his life. He was a cadet, actually a cadet captain out in the Valley, and then he was also a police student worker. Very, very tied to the Los Angeles Police Department. A lot of people impacted by his passing. Of course, his family, but also his police family. On a very positive note, as was widely reported, Steve Jenkins went home from USC to recuperate from his latest surgery for his gunshot wound suffered in the the barricaded suspect in Sylmar. He was home for Easter. He's doing very well, especially considering the tragic nature of his injuries. So that was very, very positive. On the crime side, things continue to go well in the city of Los Angeles. As of the 23rd of this month, homicides down 21%, 21.6 actually from 2010. Rapes down 22.4% from 2010. Robbery down 13.2%. Aggravated assault down 9.2%. Aggregate violent crime down 11.9%. And if you compare it to 2009, down an astonishing 23%. Property crime down in all four categories. Total property crime reduction 11.3%, and the total Part 1 crime reduction is 11.4%. Gang crime continues to decline, down 17.7% in the total. Of note, gang homicides are down 26.3%. So those are very good numbers. Crime in every bureau is down, and all other indicators show that we should continue as long as the status of the department remains the same. Sworn personnel. And speaking of that, sworn personnel statistics and our civilian deployment. Sworn personnel on payroll 9930. Right now we have 246 level 1 reserve officers, 26 Level 2 Reserve officers, and 155 Level 3 Reserve officers, and 640 volunteers. At the Police Administration Building, this location, we held a barbecue and get-together for our reserve officers. Several hundred people attended. It was a really nice event. That was Saturday morning. Enjoyed that very much. Our civilian personnel staffing, we have 406 civilian vacancies and 2,867 civilian personnel assigned. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. And certainly our sympathies go out to the family of the young officer. And we're, on the positive side, we certainly are pleased to see that Officer Jenkins is progressing as well as he has. Report of the Executive Director, Mr. Tefrank. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the Commission. Just one very brief technical item. Item 8A on the agenda, the recommendation for board action is corrected to be approve the department's report, not the Inspector General's report. That's just a technical correction, and that concludes my report, sir.
Thank you. Report of the Inspector General. Inspector General Roshan, good morning.
Good morning. Nothing to report other than we've completed another 5 redacted summaries of categorical use of force incidents, bringing the total today to 220, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. And next we have several informational items.